What's up, Carnival Spirits? Thanks for waiting. It's TJ, aka BeastMaster, back up on the internet today for the very last BeastMaster show of 2020. And I thank everybody who's joining me right now for taking time out of your day during this holiday weekend. We just had Christmas yesterday, and I hope all y'all had a great fucking celebration or time off of work or whatever you do during the holidays. I hope it was great. I spent it with my family, and that's the reason why we had a late start today, because I had to travel a couple of towns over and put this shit together. And we're just going to jump right into it as always. But again, I want to thank you guys for fucking with me. This is episode 4, and we started at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Trying to do these things at 3, but every once in a while we're going to have late starts, and I'm going to try to get better at letting you guys know when the shit's going down, and not keep you hanging. But yeah, I'm excited about today's show because it's our last opportunity to revel in the garbage fire that 2020 has been. And we're going to talk about the best of 2020, talking about the best of 2020 in terms of music mostly, because that's kind of what draws most of us together. And there's so much music came out this year, and my guest today is gonna help me talk about that. But we're also going to talk about like our top 10 favorite releases of 2020. And of course, we have to begin the episode with announcements. So I want to remind y'all that we have a New Year's Eve live stream happening on Carnival Spirits. So if you want to ring in the new year with us, it'll be Don Chaos, myself, and a grip of other ninjas. And I'm pretty sure we decided to call the live stream shit, I forget already. Something about 2020 vision. So, if you have nothing to do on New Year's Eve, come kick it with us. We're going to be live. You probably have a chance to hop on the stream and actually chop it up with us, because we're trying to invite ninjas up into the hangout. And man, last weekend I had crazy fun after the BeastMaster show with the Midwest United Juggalos on their year-end live stream. And I'm looking forward to collaborating with those guys again, except I have a new policy where I just cannot bring myself to give them props to their face live on the internet anymore, because every time I do, they use this analogy of giving props to each other, and by calling it jerking each other off. So in 2021, there will be no more jerking off the Midwest United Juggalos. They're okay. They just get a little ball sack tickle from now on. Yeah, but on the real, those guys are the shit. So you're going to be seeing them hopefully on the BeastMaster show, and you're going to see BeastMaster up on their shows again in the following year. But there will be no jerking of anybody off. And the title of this video can't include every topic that we're covering. I see y'all in the chat. What up, Spooky Tuesday? What up, Ghetto Freak Show? What up, Adam Unholy? What up, Cali Green Too Fresh? What up, Nintendo Fan Guy Rules #1? What up, AU Stalker? That's a good name. Yum Yum Lore is not in my possession because that shit did not arrive on time. We got notice on that, and I guess that's big news. But everybody got that memo, and no one's really surprised. Actually, there was something I wanted to say about it. I have a friend on Facebook who wrote this epic rant after one of ICP's live streams, and I meant to ask him for permission to read it on the show, and I never got around to it. Now, seeing how I have this privacy policy, technically I could share it with y'all because he publicly posted that shit, but I'm a little weary of it. I don't know. Maybe you guys can let me know in the chat if you're interested in hearing an epic rant about juggalos bitching and whining and complaining about shit. I mean, I have my own follow-ups from the last episode that I need to address a few things because I got some comments on last week's video of a few people that I brought up, that I addressed in last week's video, and so maybe we'll start with that. I'm gonna pull up a screen here that's gonna show you last week's video's comments, and I'm just gonna read them so that we can get the dirty laundry taken care of first and foremost. So let's do a little screen share, and let's do a tab for last week's. I'm trying to find the best configuration. I guess we can do it this way. Oh, can I swap it? How do I make it so I'm smaller and the screen is bigger? Help me. Well, anyways, this works. This is actually pretty sweet. So last week, I did a little off-the-cuff rant about silly juggalos, and I called out a few people. One of them was Ronebone from Beneath the Dirt. I said some shit. I called him silly, and he didn't even know about it. But we talked, we messaged each other, and he took the time to actually to respond to what I had to say. One, he said, "I'm absolutely correct. He wants the new Yum Yum Bedlam album so bad that he's pissed that it's moved back, and he hates being let down." And I hit the nail on the head with that one. And number two, he says that as far as Conway's album, that $100 price point, he says he complained publicly just as much as the price tag as he did for the shipping on the Dog Beat CD. If he did do that, he did it in a different segment, maybe a different episode that I didn't see. What I saw was him biting his tongue in response to his favorite rapper's insane price tag. And I saw him kind of being silly when it comes to, like, he'll pay the price, but you'd be less mad if it was a more expensive CD with less shipping versus a less expensive CD with more shipping. I mean, it's like potato. You're still paying the same amount. And it is pricey. But anyways, I got nothing but love for Ronebone. He says this: "I got nothing but love for you." So we're both passionate about this shit. Respect. And I told him, thank you, and I hope he'll join me on the show one day as a guest in 2021. I know his time is limited, but if he lets me know when he has a window, we're going to make that shit happen. So good looks to Ronebone from Beneath the Dirt. Now, Joker's Gallery, I actually, this is the MEA CULPA section of the show, because if you guys watch some of my live streams early in the pandemic, I did some MEA CULPA segments, because if I make a mistake, I'm going to own up to it. And that's what MEA CULPA means. It's like Latin for my bad, my fault. And, last week I said that Joker's Gallery left a comment on Beneath the Dirt's video that said something to the effect of listening to anything psychopathic is a giant waste of time. Now, I made a mistake because I misread his comments. Okay, his comment actually said, listening to anything psychopathic says these days is a giant waste of time. And so here was his response to what I had to say. When it comes to, this is Joker's Gallery's comment. When it comes to psychopathic as in the business side of it, you can't listen to anything they say. They make up release dates, sell pre-order items, then don't send them for months, nor respond to messages about it. you're saying this plural, but yeah, things have happened in the past, and no, they don't respond to fucking random messages. They don't. Um, have people pay crazy amounts for a concert to make a documentary and not deliver 3 years later. Yep, that happens. I was never going to go to that show. That price tag was way too rich for my taste for one concert. But anyone who did go to that show, if you're that salty about it, I mean, you did just part with your money, willingly. So you're allowed to have buyer's remorse. I'm not going to argue with that. You think charging $40 for a CD or DVD is shitty to juggalos? I think not having the October badge sent out, or just the lack of respect they have for juggalo support, that's like two different things. Like, first of all, we're going through a pandemic, and if you read the statement that Psychopathic put out, they actually said the first problem, the first bone, was that getting an engineer in the studio or whatever. And then the second one was the actual manufacturers or whatever. So they did finish the music, but they just didn't finish it in time in order for all the actual tangible physical CDs to be manufactured, because all that shit's backed up. And COVID has fucked everything up. So I guess I'm not going to sit here and agree with you that they're being shitty to us, because they're dealing with the same setbacks that everybody in the fucking world is dealing with. And so, the mail, everything is fucked this year. So, that it is what it is in that regard. But I can see how, like, if you're just like adding all these things that have happened, like every single time you felt slighted by ICP, you're just chalking that all up and so you're so salty now that, you just can't hack it anymore. But being on time is a respect thing. This is Joker Gallery's comments here. How many hours late have they been combined at Hallowicked, the last 3 Hallowickeds? I don't know. I was only at 1 Hallowicked in my life, so I can't speak on that. Just off the top of his head, so many juggalos let them slide on everything. I feel that is mad lame, sheep-like mentality to just grin and take it. Well, I don't think that it's sheep-like mentality to not lose your attitude over something that's out of your control. And anybody out there who actually enjoys the music, it doesn't mean they have to be happy about all these other things. But I mean, it's, I guess dirty business tactics don't change how I feel about the music I listen to in the times I had before the snake tactics begin. So, I mean, again, I don't understand why you're currently making documentaries about Psychopathic and ICP if you really feel they're snakes, and just because you love that music, I guess, from back in the day. So, I mean, it's confusing to me. It's silly to me, but, I mean no hate with this. This is a dialogue. He says, I've learned to separate the music from the business side for most artists, except ICP. Not just ICP, he says, though. Don't let shadiness from psychopathic offices in 2020 ruin the memories from the good old days in the music. So, all right, so you're doing your best to keep your love of the music, even though the business side pisses you off. Look, I'm right there with you. I said in response that I appreciate him taking the time to explain himself. I honestly misread his comment before, thought he wrote, listening to anything psychopathic these days is a giant waste of time, like as in listening to the new shit or Ouija or Hoodoo, and that's just baffling to me. But that's a mea culpa moment for me, because I made a mistake and I thought he said something different. If I had read it correctly, I wouldn't have even commented or brought it up, because I have heard this a million times before. I've been down with a clown for 25 fucking years, and it's like, if you haven't figured out by now that you can't believe everything they say when they promote shit, it's like, where have you been? It's been like 15 years that I've learned that lesson. So now, today in 2020, no, I'm not fucking heated when that shit happens. I'm just not. But I said that I'd be doing this segment to exonerate Joker's Gallery of being silly in the comments. Except, honestly, I still feel it's a little silly to be spewing out all, like, just to say all this shit. when you're actually someone who makes documentaries like that. So I'm confused, and I hope that one day he will join me on the BeastMasteR show. Except maybe not to talk about our differences in opinion or our agreements in opinion, because fuck all that. Who gives a shit? I'd rather talk about some fresh, things that we have in common, and so that's how I feel. And I apologize to Joker's Gallery for fucking dragging his name through my rant, calling him silly and all that. I guess maybe I also might have peeved CPN, although I don't know if he's taken the time to watch my video. I'm sure some of you guys slid into his DMs and told him that I was talking about him, but he doesn't have time. And I did not know that he was dealing with a barrage of meatballs accusing him of this and that. And that's the thing. CPN deals with so much bullshit. Everybody tries throwing like all this bullshit at him. And so all I'm going to say about that aspect of my rant is that I hope you guys heard that I wasn't actually calling CPN silly. It was that feud between Chuck Reeves and CPN that made me feel uncomfortable, because I knew them both personally. And for some reason, I felt like I was like caught in the middle, even though I tried my best to stay out of it. And ultimately, I wish I was better friends with CPN. But that kind of goes for all these juggalos that I've met over the years, people that I only see at the gathering, people that I only know from social media. I wish I was closer and better friends with like a lot of juggalos, CPN included. So, if I get addressed on the Mr. CPN channel, then I know where I stand with him. But I hope he'll let me up on his actual CPN live show as a guest, and also come on to my show in the future as a guest, because that's my dog, I think I'm done recapping all that, but there is one more mea culpa moment that I have to fucking address, and that's from I think my episode with Panic. We were looking at music from the homie Devereaux, and I was fucking singing his praises for putting out all these dope albums that are so eclectic and all this different shit. And it occurred to me this week that I haven't seen him promoting this new album that I saw him release. So I asked him, I got in his DMs and I asked him, he goes, "No, that's not me." So Spotify is fucking drunk. And every time an artist has the same name as another artist, they're fucking throwing like the wrong album on the wrong artist's page, and they're doing it all the time. It's annoying. They just did it to one of my favorite rock and roll bands, Tesla. I saw, Tesla has a new song out, and it was like some trap rap shit. I was like, God damn it. When I was looking at music that came out in 2020, I saw, the Ill Bill and Vinnie Paz have this album called I think it's called Black God, White Devil. And it said it came out in 2020. It's the Heavy Metal Kings, right? And on Spotify, it says the Black God, White Devil album came out in 2020, but it didn't. It came out in 2017. Remember when ABK had this like French album because it was a different ABK? That's actually gone from Anybody Killer's Spotify now. But Spotify keeps making these stupid mistakes, and it pisses me off. And I just want to let y'all know that Devereaux did not produce all those albums I was telling you that I love. I actually wish that he did make. I mean, I'm just saying I like those albums still. It's not like, oh, they suck now that I know he didn't make them. But he made the Phase 1 album with Castle Hill, I think his name is, and and he's producing for Darby O'Trill and working with Shaggy the Airhead, and so it's like you can't trust Spotify. Spotify is drunk as fuck, and that's really annoying. And goddamn, so I just wanted to put that out there and apologize to Devereaux for spreading false information. Not going to let that fly on the BeastMaster show. If no one else is going to call me out on it, I have to call myself out on it. So that's what I did, and I think with that being said, it's time to bring on our guest for the day. Once I see he's ready in the green room, and he is. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to bring on today's guest on the BeastMaster show. What up, Shanzi?
What up, bro?
Oh, look at this. You got the epic beard.
Yeah, man.
You must have combed that or something. Did you get some sort of like new hairbrush for Christmas?
Nah, man, just born like this, bro.
You're just born. But I realized maybe I haven't seen your face in a while. We're just always in the chat.
Yeah, dude, we haven't been on a fucking live stream in has to be a year now. I think we were on like Scotty Balls After Dark when you were able to jump on, but
yeah, it's been like a year then.
Yeah, you know, schedules and shit.
I know I'm not a night owl anymore, but thank you for joining me, Shanzi. This is great. Sure. I'm happy to have you here. You know, we're going to talk. I got all the bullshit out of the way before I brought you on, and now we're going to get into the fun stuff. We're going to talk about music. We're going to talk about serial killers. You know, we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. You don't even know all the topics. It's not that.
No, I don't.
It really what it is we have less topics, but there is so much music that we are going to cover.
Yeah,
so
dude.
That's going to be. This is it. This is the year-end episode 2020, and all the music that came out that was on my radar, Shanzi's radar, and basically we tapped the Carnival Spirits crew. So who helped us with this? Don Chaos, Scotty Ball,
Scotty.
Yeah, Callie Green. He helped me a lot. Got to give Callie Green fresh credit for putting me on to underground shit all the time. That's like his role in my life. Is he puts me on shit that I've never heard of.
Yeah. I ain't got time to be keeping up with half these people in the fucking.
Right? I mean, you know, and the embarrassing thing is he puts me on to shit that I've never heard of, that everybody else is bumping. It's like, I'm the one with my head in the hole.
Yeah. I've been there, bro.
Yep. So, but yeah, Shanzi, how you living? Like, let me just make this all about you for a moment. Do you have anything to share? Like, how was your holiday? No, nothing. You don't want to share nothing?
It was decent. It was a decent holiday. I mean, smaller than usual, of course. You know, but
same.
You make it work. You know, just a small family gathering. Everybody's good. Everybody's healthy. No vid out there in the fam. So
okay,
you know, it's all good. It's all good.
Same here. Look, check this out. I'm pretty proud of this gift I got. I got myself a mask with the Viking Thor, like hammer of Thor on it.
There you go.
This is like the fanciest fucking mask I've ever seen.
I've been rocking the same goddamn mask every goddamn day. I just wash it every month.
Right. I mean, I just got that for Christmas, but I actually got this one for Christmas too.
There you go.
Yeah, now this is pretty great, you know?
There you go.
You know, I've been wearing the free masks that my work provides me with, and now all of a sudden I'm going to be showing up with this custom, like, curious shit that people are going to be asking me about.
Yeah,
like,
dude, it's going to be like a topic of a fashion discussion coming like 2021 from here on out, masks and shit. So
I mean, I think the Thor's hammer is a little recognizable. You know, people might know what that is, and you know, I'm a Viking, so that makes sense. But when I wear the Hatchet Man, boy, is that going to get me questions. Like, what is?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm probably just going to tell everybody that it's like a mad paper boy, and he just has your mail. That's a newspaper in his hand.
Well, then you'd be like, well, tell him to hurry up because my mail's been delayed like 4 fucking times. You know?
I know, right? Fuck. Seriously, that is so disrespectful. You know, I'm going to tell everybody it's a fireman.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a fireman's thing, like with the axes.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, so I had a great Christmas too. I mean, it was really chill, you know, oh, there is one other thing I wanted to say. That, just thinking about the Midwest United Juggalos. When I was on their stream last weekend, they were supposed to ask me of my favorite moments of 2020, and I was ready to tell them. But instead, they asked me, what does Carnival Spirits have in store for 2021? And I was like, I'm not prepared to answer that. So I told them, I'm not telling you nothing. And they're like, oh, that's so jump steady of you. Like, but the truth is that I wasn't prepared to plug shit that we're doing next year. Like, I'm doing this next year. I'm doing the BeastMasteR show all year next year. So I would like to tell you guys what my favorite parts of 2020 were. And it starts with the birth of my niece. My sister had a kid this year, making me an uncle for the first time. And it's amazing because they actually were living on the West Coast. But remember when all those forest fires were like raping the coast?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, so they actually evacuated California because they couldn't fucking breathe. And so they came out here to the East Coast to stay with my parents. And so I've been able to just to meet my niece and to be there. And
Hell yeah.
it's really cool because they're in my bubble. Like, we are a pod, you know. I don't go anywhere else. I don't socialize. I don't, you know, I'm not going to concerts if there are any out there. You know, all I do is I work, I come home, I watch movies, you know, and then once a week I visit my niece. And it's just been amazing. It's been life changing for me. Like, it's not my kid, but it is the closest thing.
Closest thing you got to a kid right now. You know what I'm saying? I'll drink to that.
Yeah, and she adores me, so it's really cool. It's really fucking cool, man. Best part of my new.
That's definitely a highlight.
Yeah, and then the second highlight for me is Maddie Cypher's album that came out on Halloween, featuring a track with me. He pulled me out of retirement and got me rapping again after 7 fucking years. And I don't know if you guys can see in the description, I put 4 years of bad luck. That's kind of what it was. It was like 7 years since I released my album of me just having bad luck and not on my game. And it's like I finally broke that chain, or that I finally broke that. And now I am finally back in the swing of things. So as soon as my niece and my sister, her fiance, and my niece go back out west.
Oh, they're going back.
Well, they are soon, yeah, like pretty soon. But they're staying in the basement in my parents' house, and that's where I had the recording studio set up. So once they leave, I get the recording studio back, and then it's on Donkey Kong, and I've got my sophomore album like already written, ready to record. And so I guess that's to come in 2021. But I'm just saying, the fact that I got a track out this year, and yeah, I guess I could show it to you. Hold on. I'll get it. I'll grab it. It's right here.
I'm holding. I don't have a strong grip, though, so you got like 2 seconds.
All right. Here it is. So this CD is dope as fuck. It's called Appetite for Dysfunction. On the back, right by the crack here, Ghost Breath on track 5, featuring Mastermind and BeastMasteR. And, you know, dude's fucking legit. It's all professionally pressed up. I'm even thanked in the liner notes in here. I fucking love this, man. Like, this is a highlight for me in 2020. I've been on other people's albums. I've collaborated with other rappers. But Mastermind of Nodis is now my highest profile collab.
That's pretty legendary.
This is like the first time I've ever been on a CD that's been professionally pressed up. So right there is like 3 fucking things that I'm super proud of this year.
No CDR bullshit?
Nope. Nope, that's legit, man. I mean, obviously it's on Spotify and YouTube and all that jazz, and that's where I've been sharing it. But to get the hard copy, the physical, especially like nowadays when, you know, maybe that's going the way of the dodo. I mean, I don't know. You're fucking with vinyl. You're still collecting hard copies, right? I mean,
yeah, more so like vinyl nowadays. Like if it's an artist I really like, I'll cop the CD, but I'm going more way of the vinyl route nowadays. Okay.
Well, I am too now. I mean, this is for an episode in the future. We'll have an episode of the BeastMasteR show where we look at my my humble vinyl collection. It's very
yeah, I got 3 new vinyls for Christmas actually this year.
Nice.
So
What'd you get?
Oh shit, they're all up here. Copped that. Got that Terror Wheel.
Nice. Waxworks.
Yes, sir.
Is that Temples of Boom?
Hell yeah, it's Temples of Boom, dog.
Awesome.
There you go. And then this banger right here. Fucking, it's actually on my list, so I don't want to say too much about it. Freddie Gibbs and Alchemist Alfredo album.
Okay.
That shit's fresh, so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I've been putting off collecting vinyl as long as I could, even though I always had a little bit of vinyl. Because back in 2001, or I guess 2002, when the Wraith came out on vinyl originally, I copped that just out of principle.
Right.
And actually,
was it the die cut one, or was it one where it's on the actual fucking?
Well, I got both. I mean,
it would be a shame. Dog.
We'll look at that on a future episode, man. And I'd love to have you on, and we can measure dicks with our fucking.
It's an expensive habit, man. So I don't blame you.
You know, that's why I couldn't do it before. I wasn't financially able to.
Yeah.
But in the pandemic, I actually, like, again, next year my New Year's resolution is to stop saying the term essential worker. It's cringy as fuck to me. I don't want to say it again, but this is like the last episode of 2020, so I'll say it one last time. As an essential worker, I've been fortunate enough to be employed and getting the hours. And not only that, but we normally get a discount at work, and they doubled our discount.
Hell yeah.
I get 20% off.
Saving cash too.
And they gave us bonus pay. So I actually made more money this year than I ever made ever. I mean, in this line of profession. So and that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm not completely down and out, depressed and all fucked up over this pandemic, because I stayed safe, healthy. And I'm taking care of my business, finances, all that. Like, it's weird because there are other years in the past decade, or since Carnival Spirits has been in the past 9 years, there's been some years where I've been going through some shit, and I'm not the type to air all that out publicly. And if anything, you guys might have noticed that I'm salty or just not in the mood, like not in a good mood and stuff. It's usually because I'm carrying heavy burdens and shit. And then all of a sudden the whole world goes to shit, and then I start doing great. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm never in tune with everyone else ever.
Well, it's like gone one of two ways. Unfortunately, a lot of people are out on their ass right now.
Yeah.
Or it's been referred to by some people as a bandemic, meaning they're getting bans. So it's like polar opposites. You're either really up or you're really fucking down, or you're somewhere in between. So.
Right. All right. We got a $2 super chat from Kyle Driver. Merry Christmas, Dad. And
you really need to call him sometime, dude. Not right.
If we're gonna play this game, then I got some words for you, son. All right. On social media, I want you to pull your fucking pants up. All right. Like, just put a shirt on. Show a little fucking modesty. Good grief, Kyle.
Get yourself together, dog.
All right, maybe you get some milk if you stop trying to show off your taint.
Hey, man, whatever pays the bills. I'm not here to judge.
Is that paying the bills?
I don't know.
You know what? I don't want to know. All right, it's. Oh man. All right. Well, hey, I got something else I'd like to show you guys. We got a comments on the post on Instagram, so it's going to be funny.
That's always great.
If I'm trying to share it with you,
it's either a legit comment or a fucking bot comment.
So ICP's got the Great Escape with Ouija Mac, and this is of course Jump Steady's escape room projects that I haven't been able to take part in, even though they had it at DCG Con, they had it at Hallowicked. That shit, like all the signups were filled before I even had a prayer to get in, Right. So I don't know what the deal is. They're gonna live stream ICP and Ouija Mac trying to get out of a fucking a Saw situation, like.
Yeah.
And
much.
Yeah, so it's like ICP and Ouija Max Great Escape. You know, that's the name of the live stream, right? This is ICP's HelloFresh Holidays. It's been going on all month, guys. And then this genius here,
any more brain busters?
Mike Robert Decker says, hard pass on this trash ICP, hasn't had a good album since Hell's Pit. Huh? Does he think this is an album?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Hold on. Hold the phone. They haven't had a good album since Hell's Pit? I
opinion, but it's not what we're talking about here.
I mean, that's like what, 16, 17 years ago? Like, if you're not feeling
right? Yeah, I think so.
Second Deck albums, like I'm not even gonna fucking try to convince you of nothing. What I think is funny is this guy's just like, oh, they're making new music. I need to tell everybody how I feel. This Juggalo is fucking silly.
Yeah. Google can be your friend sometimes, Doug. That's all I'm saying.
I really had to share that with y'all because that shit was funny. All right, I didn't trigger anybody this week with my post, so I guess that's good. But yeah, Shanzi, you know, we're going to talk about music today, and you know, I guess we could start with what do you think? Should we start with our tops, or should we start with some of these lists and save our tops for later? The problem is I don't want to. I mean, I guess we could mention artists and albums twice because we don't know what your favorites are until you tell us. And just because you know rattled through some lists here doesn't mean that you can't bring them up again. You know?
Yeah. Well, you only told me to do 2 lists, so I got the 2 lists. I got my top 10 and some of my favorite singles. And then, of course, honorable mentions. We can get into that like whenever, I guess. But whatever's good with me, bro.
Okay, let's see here. I did make like a YouTube playlist. Like I tried to prepare a lot for this, and even though I feel like I did prepare a lot, there's just so much, man. So that I just want to say in advance, there is no way we will ever cover everything that came out this year. So if there's artists out there, hey, let's make this interactive.
That is one thing about 2020. Regardless of how much the bone we got, like there's been a shit ton of music this year. I didn't realize how much fucking music actually came out in 2020, to be completely honest.
Until we started talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too, man. So I oops, that's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
Kyle Grabber with another $2. Spoiler, it does pay the bills. All right. Well, then more power to you, kid.
There you go. There you go.
So look, I want to say this, guys. We're about to start rattling off artists that released music in 2020. And if you know of or listen to, or if you yourself are an artist that released music this year, you know, super chats always get shared. Don't get missed. But also we will try to fucking throw them up on the screen because I'm not going to intentionally omit anybody. Okay.
Right.
And I mean that. Even if I'm not a fan of an artist, I'm still going to include them in this shit. And I've tried. I've done my best to get it. And of course, I didn't finish typing out all the names of every album for all the artists we listed. So some of them I'm just going to have to leave it up to you. If you're curious to hear, then go find out for yourself. You know what I mean? But I have a lot of friends that helped me. You know, I put out a post on Facebook asking who put out music in 2020. It could be mainstream, it could be underground, you know, it could be an album, it could be a single, and I got a lot of feedback. So I'm going to read you from that list as well, and maybe we can start with that because you know there's a lot of shit on that list that some things I never heard of, things that you know I never would have thunk.
Yeah, you got a lot of fucking feedback on that
post. I did. And it's funny, like, it just shows you that people will just keep scrolling until they see something that they actually care about.
Yeah, for real.
And so, like, I post all this shit and I get crickets. And then I actually post something and people are, like, chomping at the bit to give me their input. And I'm like, dope, all right. I need to learn how to pull the string a little more. But where is this post? All right, here it is. I got fucking 74 comments, but that includes me responding to everybody. So chop that in half. You know what I mean? Let's see. All right. Let's see. I'm not gonna name anybody, but some of the people that responded to my question told me that Mac Miller released album, and that's after he's passed away. So Mac Miller released some posthumous music this year.
Yeah, it's on my list.
Sweet. And Tom McDonald. I don't know if he's related to Ronald McDonald. I'm just kidding. That's Nova Rockefeller's boyfriend, right?
Oh God, he actually has people who listen to him still.
Somebody on my friend list does.
Well.
All right, Jelly Roll, Blaze, R.A. the Rugged Man. Am I pronouncing this right? Mercules.
Mercules.
Joyner Lucas, Logic.
I forgot Joyner dropped.
Deviant Horror Entertainment released music this year. Now, my dude Derek, he shared with me a Spotify playlist of 2020 music that was like 900 fucking songs. It was so much that it was almost overwhelming. But that's a whole nother thing. I'm gonna actually look at the list and school you guys on that as well. And what else? Lex the Hexmaster released music this year. Busta Rhymes with his Extinction Level Event 2, The Wrath of God.
Yep.
The Wraith of God? The Wrath of God. I said Wrath. Shut the fuck up. And it's funny because there is a song on that album featuring Ozzy Osbourne, This Means War. And I actually... that's on his first one, the event part 1. Sorry.
I was about to say, I don't think it was on 2.
No, I'm sorry. This was a conversation I was having. I told him I hadn't even heard the first Extinction Level.
Oh man,
I haven't heard it. Yeah, I know.
It's a great album.
I'm sleeping on some classics. But I have heard that Ozzy collab because that's on this compilation CD called Nativity in Black 2. So I've heard that song. Kill a Priest released Rocket to Nebula. Apparently Seven Dust released music this year. I've seen Seven Dust at Ozfest back in the day. Somebody named Havoc V, and who else? What is this? Oh, that's Ouija Wasteland. Ouija Mac, we're going to get to all his shit. He released fucking albums this year.
That's probably going to come up in a conversation.
Yes, it will.
Sure. So.
Oh, yes, it will. Scotty Balls sent me this fucking song that's Ken Copeland's Wind of God remix.
Oh, yeah, when he's going to blow the coronavirus away. Yeah. That's a classic.
Let's see. We got there was some experimental industrial jazzcore from Bangladesh. Oh my goodness, Bangladeshi's album Housefly. What else? Got Big Hoodoo, Twisted. Callie Green shared a bunch of stuff, but the links aren't telling me what they say. One of them is the new Static X. Incubus dropped a new album this year.
Damn, they're still around?
I guess.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Mr. Happy, co-creator of Dark Carnival games, Echo Side, Oracle. Anyway, he says Incubus Trustfall Side B came out this year. A dude from high school told me Black Pumas all day. Who are the Black Pumas?
No clue, bro.
I should check. Maybe I'll check them out. This is a dude from high school, so I don't know what kind of music he's into.
Yeah.
Another dude says Bones from Beyond the Grave. And I got to say, I actually just kind of discovered Bones, and that dude drops 4 or 5 albums every year.
Yeah, that dude does not sleep, bro. You thought Ouija Mac put out a lot of music. Bones fucking like 20-song albums, like 4 or 5 this year.
And he's been doing that for a few years now. I looked at his Spotify.
Yeah.
Jesus, is Spotify drunk? Are all these the right bones? Like,
yeah, it's the right guy.
All right. And then one of my buddies from college says, hold steady. Oh, turns out that was late 2019 with a new one coming in January 2021. Then why did you comment, bruh? God damn it.
I would have banned him.
Oh, man. You know, typical.
Block instantly. Fake news. Blocked.
Oh, man. All right, so that was the feedback I got just from asking the question on Facebook, and I see a few people in the comments here in the chat, and let's see if we can throw a couple of them up here. We got a new Mad Child, wasn't that bad? All right, Callie thinks the new Seven Dust was fire.
Never listened to a single song.
Head PE Class of 2020.
I checked that out.
Warlock Size says Tom McDonald actually had some fire. Hey, everyone has a opinion.
We're all entitled to our opinion. You're right.
Ninja with a Pencil says Matt Child has some new shit. Word. Mr. Nobody Man, The Rage and Passion. Is that a band?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, but we got Adam Unholy says that Ill Bill Bella Medusa is fire. I agree. I
haven't checked that out yet.
You haven't?
It's really good though.
There's a bunch of Ill Bill that came out this year.
Yeah, he dropped like 3 albums or something this year, I think.
Yeah,
2 or 3.
He dropped some singles, and then I guess the singles ended up on the albums. And that's the thing. When we were talking about this, I was like, man, it's so hard because if somebody dropped a single, that's worth bringing up. But if that single is also on an album they dropped, then it's like, why bother bringing up the single? We'd just bring up the album. So it was hard to differentiate. I'm like, okay, was this, you know what I mean? There's just so much shit. And that's like the move lately is to drop all these singles and then drop your album. And it's like you heard half the album already because
it's that streaming game, bro. That's how it's done now.
Yeah. So some people are doing that, you know.
I mean, hey, you got to adapt.
That's right. Callie Green says, Damian Quinn, I love Kenosha, but fuck this town. And then Mausoleum wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as I thought it'd be. That doesn't sound like a very enthusiastic.
Yeah. It's good, but my expectations weren't met. So
most Zooligans are so on Axe's dick that they're like splitting their dick into 2 dicks. Like
pretty hard now. Pretty hard. Yeah.
ASAP Rock's new releases are well worth a listen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to that. I mean,
that's more your lane, but I know
that's my lane right there. I love that shit. Oh, Callie Green with his typos up in this bitch.
Take his wrench and ban him.
Well, actually, through StreamYards, I don't see any wrenches. So you know what I mean? Like, wrench game is on hold. All right. So we'll all right. Well, I'll throw one more on the screen, and then we're gonna jump to a new BBK Lone Rider.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm sure we'll get to that too. So
yeah, we'll come back to that again. You guys can keep throwing suggestions out there, or you throw your input into the chat. Let's see. The next place that we will go is. Let's see. That's my. Oh no, that's my lists are kind of out of order. I got my tops, and then I got my honorable mentions. But then once Callie Green started talking with me, we came up with this whole new list of like underground hustlers, like just groups that are hustling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's save that one for later because that's kind of cool. Let's do my list of honorable mentions. Okay. So first one on my list is Vinny Paz with As Above, So Below. I'm a huge Vinny Paz fan. And then I had Heavy Metal Kings on here because Spotify told me it came out this year, but it didn't. So let me just take that off the fucking list.
I was gonna say I don't think that dropped this year.
I dropped like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Spotify is drunk. All right. Ill Bill and Nems dropped an album called Gorilla Twins. And I like the story behind this because apparently Ill Bill and Nems didn't even know each other, but their fan bases like brought them together because they kept like Nems fans kept telling Ill Bill that he looked like Nems, like they look alike. And then Ill Bill fans would tell Nems that he looks like Ill Bill, and they made an album, and it's kind of clever, right? Gorilla twins. They're both really gorilla looking motherfuckers.
Beefy guys.
Yeah, they
Real
both
beef boys.
So that's fucking clever, and it's a dope album. I actually was not really into Nems. I shouldn't say not into him. Nems wasn't on my radar, but he is now. He is now.
Fair enough. Well, then that album did its job, I guess.
And I bet a lot of Nems fans who didn't fuck with Ill Bill are now fucking with Ill Bill. And when you fuck with Ill Bill, that opens up like all these different things, like La Coca Nostra and nonfiction, and if you didn't know, he's Necro's older brother, and so there's a whole lot of shit to get into when you fuck with Ill Bill. And all the rappers that he raps with are fucking tight. I love hardcore hip hop, man. All right, next on my list is Castle Hill and Devereaux with Comfortable Nightmare, and then also we've got Darby O'Trill with Devereaux on the production side with 2 albums. One, Piecemeal, and second one is The Remains, and that's why I was all excited to promote Devereaux music that I'd never heard about, only to find out later that Spotify is drunk and throwing all these different Devereaux albums that aren't his onto his profile.
Yeah, it's like you got me working for Spotify or something. Yeah.
But, I'm looking forward to Devereaux's work on the upcoming Yum Yum Bedlam. I'm looking forward to Devereaux's work on the upcoming 4 Horsemen of the Metropolitan.
4 Horsemen of the
Metropolis.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, he's only one of the 4 Horsemen, but I know there's going to be a Devereaux track on the CD that we were supposed to get before Christmas from the House Party Peep Show, because we helped produce these songs. We chose the beats, and we chose the rap flow style. We chose the song concept. We chose all the facets of a song, and we helped produce the song. And then they went and couldn't get it recorded on time and couldn't get the packages. So we don't got our shit yet. And anybody who signed up for the HelloFresh holiday this month, you're gonna get the lore, the Yum Yum lore. Okay, yeah. It's like that's
a physical.
It's a physical. So. I mean, if we got that on time, that could be included in releases of 2020. Well, just because we didn't get it by Christmas doesn't mean we won't get it before New Year's.
Well, I was smart and saw that, and I said, yeah, that's not happening. So when I found out it was delayed, I wasn't too upset,
Right. Exactly. Well, yeah. I'm eager to hear all that shit, but I don't have it in me to be upset about it. Like, I've got way more serious things to worry about. So that's just my stance. And I'm not going to take away from anyone else who actually wants to lose their cool. Everyone is well within their right to be a complain-a-lo, or to just whine about shit online and commiserate with everyone else who also just can't handle the lateness. It's frustrating sometimes. But I got so much going on in my own life, I don't really have time to worry about it. And I know I'm going to enjoy it when it gets here. That's just how I feel.
Exactly.
All right. So Ouija Mac is not in my top 10. He got bumped off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like,
somebody's got to go.
Wasteland was on my top 10, but he got bumped off by someone who I've been fucking with for a long time. I don't want to say too much, but just like Mac Miller, someone who posthumously released some shit that I fucking love. So that made it into the top 10, and I had to bump Ouija off. But Ouija released Irregular with Star Fox a Flare. Mm-hmm. He released Resistance 2, Hell's Holotape. he released Pretty Ugly, he released Zodiac, and then he released Wasteland. And I gotta be honest with you, he really did save the best for last.
I agree.
Wasteland, like I actually was a little skeptical. I'm like, look, you are overdoing it, bro.
That's what I thought. I was like, if you're giving us all this shit, how is it gonna sound any different on your actual fucking album? You know what I'm saying?
He saved all the best beats, and he put all the best songs on Wasteland, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree
So,
too.
good for him. I mean, I feel like he really did shine this year because he was out there putting shit out constantly. Merch drops up the ass. I mean, he must have made a hella cheddar. And
yeah.
and I
like a
all
Tesla,
those releases, yeah, I mean, look, there were tracks on every single one of these releases that I thought were dope.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not a Ouija Mac fan like that, where every fucking album is like a banger from front to back. But there were fucking songs on every single one of these releases that I, put into my favorite list.
Yeah. You took the ones you really liked and gave them a nice heart on your Spotify.
Right. Now, I do want to show something real quick, like segue status. Where is my Photoshop? Okay. Can we maximize this a little bit?
By the way, you might have said it, but you're going through your top 10 right now?
No, this is not my top 10.
Okay.
This is honorable mentions. Yeah, these are everyone else that didn't make it. It's like we made the top 10, and they were like, how can we stop here?
Could have done a top 20 if I really wanted to, but
yeah, I could have, but instead we're honestly just trying to mention as many people as we can, and we haven't scratched the surface yet, guys. But yo, check this out, okay? I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna change the fucking thing, bring it back. Now, I just think it's really cool that Ouija put out an album based on the Zodiac Killer.
Forgot about this. Hell
and just like recently, they announced that they finally saw the Zodiac Killer's cipher from 52 fucking years ago. If you guys haven't looked into this, go find the YouTube video or the Facebook. I saw it on YouTube, but I saw it from an article on Facebook that linked to YouTube. It was like a 15-minute video where they walked you through how they did it, and it is fascinating what computer nerds can do.
50? What would you say? 52 years?
Something like that.
Yeah. Fuck,
something like that.
This guy's good. This guy's good. That's why he's my favorite. Still haven't caught this fucking asshole, and probably never will because he's probably dead. So.
I saw a meme that was like, can you imagine the Zodiac Killer right now in the nursing home babbling about no, they fucking did it, and the orderly just going, yeah, take your
no, that was me. I swear, I was a younger man once.
He keeps babbling on about a cipher or something. Like, what, you listen to ICP 800 Ways to Die? Like,
but yeah, all the kids are into that hip-hop music and their ciphers. We get it, Mr. Jones.
He's like, ciphers, and like, oh, you want to listen to Ouija Mac? All right, they put on the Zodiac fucking album.
He took my gimmick.
Dude, that is fucking wild. If you have not seen this video, and hey, if you don't even know the story of the Zodiac Killer, go watch David Fincher's movie. It's like 3 hours long.
Oh yeah, it's good, but it's long as fuck.
Jake Gyllenhaal and I don't know who else is in that shit. Tony Stark,
Mark Ruffalo, and
so it's got the Hulk and Iron Man, and and the bad guy from Spider-Man: Far and Away.
yeah, that's right.
All these fucking Marvel characters.
It's a great movie, long one, but worth the watch.
Yeah, look, the Zodiac. I'm a huge fan of that director. I'm talking about Fight Club. Talking about like The Social Network, talking about Alien 3, tons of good movies, David Fincher.
Okay.
I think he made Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Yeah.
And
That snooze fest.
well, his movies can be a little talky and slow. They can be, but I like that shit.
I do too.
But I like the Zodiac movie. I even bought the
Yeah, it's really good.
director's cut version that's like 17 minutes longer, and I'm like in a 3-hour movie, I'm trying to figure out where's the 17 minutes. Like I can't even remember what part
exactly. Yeah.
Or like 20 minutes of unseen footage from a 3-hour movie. It's on some Lord of the Rings shit, you know?
Yeah, no shit.
But yeah, so Ouija Mac fucking pumping out the fucking music this year. Do you guys like when we do split screen this way? Is that better?
I liked it the other way.
Yeah. Oops. Oh, I like it this way where you're all small and I'm big.
Oh, okay.
All right. So the next one on my list is Shade. And Shade is the homie on Hecka Productions, which Cali Green 2 Fresh is like the I don't know, I guess you could call him the Billy Bill of Hecka. You know, he's running that shit. And Shade put out an EP in 2020 called Metamorphosis. Is that what it's called?
I think so.
Yeah, Metamorphosis. And he also released like fucking hella fucking music this year, not just that EP. Let me see if I can tell you exactly what he released. Basically, he put out 5 professionally shot music videos. And he's got another one dropping on New Year's. So fucking Shade's putting in that work. If you haven't heard that Dark Half collab that he just put out recently, it's fucking sick. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked to see what Shade does in the future. And I can't lie, I like the whole Egyptian aesthetic that he's got going on. I think it looks dope, and he's got nowhere to go but up because he's underground, you know. And I have a feeling that, you know, as the new world continues and we're all learning to adapt in these crazy times, there are going to be certain artists that thrive and others that fucking fizzle away, you know. Yeah. I got money on Shade. I bet he's one of those thriving artists, because just when you see his music videos alone, it's quality. So big ups to Shade. You know, I had Alazuli Ul on my list for Mausoleum. They also released a bunch of singles this year, you know, like Red Moon something or another. But
that just ended up on the album. So
I don't have the list of the Zool releases.
They released Blood Moon and Back, and
I was thinking of,
and Life. Those are the 2 singles I think they released before they released Mausoleum.
Okay.
They both ended up on the album though, so.
Right. And I bet there's a lot of Zooligans, you know, watching, because I see them everywhere. A lot of juggalos fuck with Zool.
Yeah, a lot.
All right, next on my list is you know, some rappers that, you know, if you're not aware, like, these guys have been putting in work for years and years. I'm talking about Apathy and Self-Titled. They put out like these are 2 different solo artists, but they work together a lot. So they do a lot of joint albums. In 2020, they released an album called Tour Lords. It's 51 fucking tracks.
I don't got that type of time, bro. I got shit to do.
Well, what if they released 5 albums like Bones did?
Yeah.
The same shit. They just released 1 fucking album with 51 tracks, yo.
It's the streaming game, man, to keep you on that album, so you just listen to it all at once.
To me, this feels like one of those things where they just did it for the fans, like, and they got fans, man. So everyone who already enjoys them, they got something to enjoy this year from Apathy and Self-Titled. Did I make time to listen to 51 track? No, but you know, but I'll tell you this: a lot of the music on this list I did listen to, just not that one.
Yeah.
I had Blaze Your Dead Homie on this list for Cadaver. You didn't like it? You didn't like it?
It was a rough listen, man. It's
Okay.
a real rough listen.
All right. Well, hey, everybody watching has permission to, throw watermelons and fucking applesauce at Shanzi for being a hater.
Not a hater, just my opinion. It was just really rough.
Get homie.
I mean, all I knew was like Blaze, I think, wrote the whole album except for 2 tracks that were written by Jamie Madrox.
Okay.
And now I see why.
Power of the pen, y'all. Power of the pen.
And now I see why. That's all I'm going to
say. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, and then next on my list I had Bones, and the names of Bones' albums are Offline, 16 tracks, Brace, 10 tracks, Damaged Goods, 15 tracks, Remains, 13 tracks, and then From Beyond the Grave, 12 more tracks. So that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I mean, that's over 60 fucking songs. So it's like, hey, you could listen to all 51 track long album, or you could put out fucking 5 albums throughout the year and still release the same amount of music, like Bones and Ouija Mac do. Now, out of all those albums, I listened to one of them. I listened to Remains, and I fucking loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Sorry about that.
I will most likely be checking out more Bones. I will be.
It's good shit, man.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna add another stooge to the team. We welcome Panic 17. What's up?
Yo, what up, man?
Yeah, chilling, man. We're talking honorable mentions, and I mean, you know the deal. It's music from 2020.
Right.
And I know that you didn't really contribute to this list, but if you need to contribute, just feel free to jump in. You know what I mean? The next one on my list here is Daniel Jordan.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Right, now, he was on Esham's label. I don't know if he still is, but he did put out an album this year called Till Death Do Us Part. Might be a breakup album, or maybe not. Let's see. Next on the list, I've got Esham himself. And way back in the beginning of the year, he announced he had 2 albums on deck ready to drop. And then he proceeded to drop 2 albums, one after another, maybe like a month in between?
I think so.
And the first one was called She Loves Me, and the second was called She Loves Me Not, which is a pretty clever, double album, 2 release, 1-2 fucking, you pick the petals off the flower. She loves me not. She loves me not. And then when you go around, whatever that last petal is however she feels about you. So talk about leaving this shit to the fates.
Yeah, I listened to the first one, and then I just never bothered with the second one. Full disclosure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That album reminds me of cutting grass at the local I guess you can call it like a water park, but it's not as big as it sounds. In like over 100-degree weather. That's what both of those albums remind me of that.
All right. Cutting grass at the water park.
Yeah. It's
I can't tell if that's an analogy or if that's an actual band.
Let's go with both. Let's just go with both.
All right, fair enough. All right, next on my list is this guy. I did not really, he wasn't on my radar at all until last gathering, okay? But I saw him perform at the gathering last year, and he was fucking rad. I'm talking about strange music recording artist King ISO, and he put out World War.
There you go.
Never heard of him before, but man, was he fucking good at the gathering.
Yeah, he put out a fantastic fucking album this year too. So
I dug it. I'll admit that maybe I wasn't vibing to the album as much as I wanted to. Like I really liked him live, and his album is full of a whole bunch of content that I don't relate to, like daddy issues and stuff like that. And
Oh, that's right up my fucking alley,
broken families, and a lot of stuff that I can't relate with. So, but man, he's a great chopper. He's got the chops, man. King ISO is the shit.
I think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he used to run with Twisted Insane, and I think they had a falling out.
Yeah, he did.
I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah,
He
he
did?
did,
Oh,
and
okay.
they did. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I'm not really a Twisted Insane fan like that either. So I didn't know that. So moving right along, Necro released a greatest hits album. It was like Sadistic Hits Volume 2, another 14 songs of blood and gore. This is a greatest hits album, so it wasn't new shit. But he did release a bunch of singles, like All Cops Are Bastards and something about, there's at least a couple COVID songs. I like Necro. I always check his shit out when it drops. It doesn't mean I always like the songs.
Right.
In general, I fucking respect his hustle. And it just is astounding to me that he does it all himself. The beats, the lyrics. Like, he is so fucking consistent. Whether you like it or not, he is so consistent. Like, you always know it's him. Like, in other words, all his shit sounds the same to me.
Yeah.
His earlier stuff was better than the
Yeah,
newer
I'd
stuff,
agree.
I feel.
Okay. But I tell you, the most recent song he dropped about COVID was fucking crazy good. I forget what it's called.
Can I also say something? I really hope that trend ends of COVID tracks. We don't need any more. We've heard them.
There was a lot of them.
Well, I also heard there was like this fucking rapper who went through all his back catalog, like on Spotify, and like photoshopped a fucking COVID mask on all of them.
What?
Yeah, and then just like re-released the albums with like the fucking face mask on. I'm like, all right, what are we doing here? Come on, bro.
All right, check this out. These are singles that Necro dropped this year. COVID-19 Pestilence, that's got to be the one I'm talking about. I thought it was really good. Then he's got Contagious. Then he's got Coronavirus Pandemic Spreading the Disease. Shoot That Piece of Shit. There's more. He's got one called,
Dude, that title is fucking great. Sorry, go
you're
on.
gonna like this one. The next one's called Snitches Get Stitches.
Not as good as the last one.
Then he's got Blicky, Party Killer, Deaded, What's the World Coming To, Gat 09 Tails. That he dropped a lot of fucking singles. God damn. Those are all 20.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
So he dropped a greatest hits album, but he basically dropped an album worth of singles this year. I don't know. I mean, I guess that is the game, is to drop
That's the game, man, bro.
but they're not. Maybe that's coming in 2021, or maybe at the end of the year he's going to put them all on an album, like Twisted did with Mad Season.
Yeah.
I don't know where I heard this, but there was an artist, like I said, I can't remember who it was, who basically said that people are now forced to do singles because attention span has gotten so bad that they are forced to do singles now once every month
Yeah.
to keep their fans' attention.
I think that's probably why all these young juggalos get mad at ICP, because ICP refuses to conform to the new things. They do it their own way.
Possibly, yeah.
Oh, they
Exactly.
wait for the album and they drop like one fucking song as a teaser, and but I digress because I don't want to go back into that can of worms. But I'm just saying, like they don't do that whole singles all year long thing.
We're going to pander to the audience. We're going to do what we do, and that's it. If you don't like it, go somewhere else.
Hell yeah. So here's a few comments from the Peanut Gallery. Necro is that dude. Nobody Man, Pestilence. What else we got here? Paragon Shift. Cadaver was decent. Who You Dead Who? New Blaze. All right.
See, he knows.
Yep. Callie Green repping that Hecka. Henka. No, we're not talking about Henka the Juggalo. We're talking about Hecka. the music production company. All right, so let's move on with my list. After Necro, I got Suicide Boys on my list because they put out an album called Stop Staring at the Shadows.
Yep.
I checked it out. I thought it was good. I saw a lot of juggalos fucking loving it. And I actually saw them gathering last year, and I saw a lot of juggalos vibing to that.
A
So
lot of juggalos fuck with SB, bro.
yeah,
They almost made my list, but I didn't quite like that.
They got bumped off your list by someone else. All right. It's tough. It's tough out there to be in the top 10.
Actually, that reminds me. Thank you, because I'm going to add that to my singles because there's a sign. Go ahead.
You got a single that should be on your list. All right.
Yeah.
So next album or next artist, I should say, on my list is Vallo. Vallo is an artist that I only know of because I'm friends with his girlfriend, the homie who also raps, La Perp, and she dropped a single this year called "Hop In," and then later in the year, her boyfriend released his debut album called "Vicious," and it features like Project Born, Mastermind, the usual suspects, you know. And of course the Perps on the track. So I thought it was pretty dope, and I hope I hear more from them. You know, they're out in Detroit, you know, it's 13 tracks. All right, next on the list I've got Choir Boy Dank. We are now in the territory of music that I was basically put onto by Callie Green. All right, I didn't make any of this list myself. I got help from Callie Green on this. And he told me that Choir Boy Dank dropped, an album called Cornerstone Communion. And there were a few singles out there too, Smokescreen and Jack's Idle Hands. And of course, Choir Boy Dank, for the uninitiated, was Ouija Mac's partner in Swagtooth prior to Ouija Mac getting signed. So, you know, if you ever wonder what happened to that other guy from Swagtooth, he dropped an album this year. Any of you guys hear that? Anybody out there watch that?
Nah, I missed it.
I could have, I don't know much about him, but wasn't one of them on an episode of the Impractical Jokers? No?
I can't confirm that for you.
I have no idea.
Because one of them has like long ass dreads, right?
Yeah, it's Choir Boy.
Maybe that was the one, because I remember watching that episode and then watching it on YouTube, and somebody was like, "Oh, this guy's a rapper," and I'm like, I don't know. I guess he was. Callie Green saying, "Yeah."
Yep.
So I guess he was then.
Yep. All right. Next on the list is Scum. Scum from LSP. He dropped a double album this year called Out With the Old. And Volume 1 is solos, and Volume 2 is collabs. It's exactly what you think it is. The first album is just him, and the second album is him with a gang of features.
You know, a lot of people don't like Scum, but he is like, if you're into him, he's constantly in the fucking booth every fucking night.
Yeah. I don't know who doesn't like Scum. I mean, but I don't pay attention, guys. Like, I'm not out there reading the chat. I'm not paying attention to what people like. So
see, that's the thing, is you don't even have to. Like, if you're into somebody, you look up your stuff, and then all of a sudden there's these people that are like, you'll see them in the comments like, "Oh, this guy sucks," and there's people that like following people that they hate.
Yeah.
So you don't have to pay attention. It's there.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, is that I basically ignore comment sections like 90% of the time. So I don't even see comments. But you know, we have friends that fuck with Scum heavy, and you know, like Don Chaos. I mean, they're out there in that neck of the woods. They're always going to shows at the Roxy, Scum's venue, and yeah. So you know, he puts in work. There's no denying it. And also LSP as a label is the home for a ton of fucking artists. So they all motivate each other. They all help each other. And, you know, they did sign new. We're going to get to the other LSP artists later. But next on my list here of honorable mentions for 2020 is King Gordy and Jimmy Don with an album called The Purge. I haven't heard it. You know, I'm not really into Gordy like that. Kind of like what you said, Panic. He has a lot of haters. Like I know people that hate Gordy, but he also has a fan base, man.
It's with Gordy, it's understandable, and I guess I could see aspects of Scum's music that just bother people. Like if you can't handle lyrics and lyrics in the sense that it's not real, I can see how it could bother you. Something that's not real bothering you. I could see that.
It's not for the faint of heart, you know.
Right.
This is definitely explicit shit, right?
I like Gordy, and there's definitely some tracks I'm like, the Bieber track, okay, I'll skip that. But then there's song like No Lights that he sings. Dude, No Lights is the shit.
Yeah. Gordy's got a few tracks I fuck with, but some of them go a little too out of my realm of, I'm not going to listen to this ever again.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull up wow, I don't even see it here. That's funny. What's the one Gordy album? Wow, I don't even see it here. So I guess I can't even remember. But he has a track that I fucking liked on an album that I can't find on the Spotify. So we're just gonna move on. All right, next. But there is a song on that Purge album featuring G-Mo-Ski, Gruesome, Buckshot, Kung Fu Vampire, and Buckshot all on one track. And I thought that was interesting because I have not seen Gruesome put out music in a hot minute. Like ever since he had that back and forth with the Joker.
Yeah. That's old, man.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. Like so I kind of thought that was cool that Gruesome, you know, is actually working with all these other guys, you know. But let's move on here. I got a few. The next few artists here are all strange music artists. We got Stevie Stone. He put out Black Lion, also a single called Rude Boy. We got Mayday. They put out just like a 4-track EP called Minute to Midnight, 58 seconds. That's like in the title. Then you got Recognize with Pressure Point. I listened to a few singles off of that. Haven't heard the whole thing yet. But I fuck with Recognize. I like Mayday as well. And Chris Calico released Legend this year. I haven't heard that, but I've heard good things about it. People that are fans of Chris Calico, I've heard them singing praises, you know. But then we got Burrs. Is that how you say his name?
Burns.
Burns. I have a typo. I forgot the N.
He's the other guy in Mayday.
Okay. So he's got a solo album called Sorry for the Mess.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a lot of music, right? All out of the strange music camp. Let's see. Next on my list is I know one of Shanzi's favorites, Jaron Benton.
Yeah, boy.
Now, I learned this from you, but he put out a 4-track EP this year, and he released 18 fucking singles in 2020. 18.
It's almost like 2 a goddamn month.
So, I mean,
or more.
That's nuts. I mean, it's like Necro dropping all like these guys basically dropped an album, but they released it like every time they finished a track, they put it out. And I'll do the next track, put it out, like next track, put it out. Instead of putting an album out. Maybe that's the way to do it, man. Like who's buying albums anyways? All right, now we got oh man, this guy, he just can't catch a break. But talking about Ritz. Now, Ritz, obviously we talked about Ritz last week. You know, he made the paper for catching charges. And then I heard he got COVID. And then I heard like what, his grandmother died or something? I don't even remember. But Ritz is going through some shit. Don't quote me. But he did put out an album called Picture Perfect. And then most recently he put out the Ritzmas album. So those are 2 fucking releases in 2020 for Ritz. And
he's obviously not sweating those charges because he's still just out living his life on Instagram. So There's definitely a story that we're not hearing about his arrest.
You know what? I read a comment, and I think I took a screenshot of it, but I'm not going to try and find it. Somebody commented under Beneath the Dirt's Instagram post on this arrest and said that in Georgia or wherever he is, if you get arrested fighting in front of your children, you're getting that charge.
The extra charge tacked on.
Yeah. So, you know, that to me, it seems like it really was like, and again, this is all speculation, but he probably had a fight with his baby mama in front of the kids, you know, and they're really strict out there. So, but hey, I don't know. And I'm not going to pretend that I know. So I'm just
not my chair.
Not sure. All right. Next on the list is Twisted. Twisted released 3 albums this year. They started off with Mad Season, and then they had Songs of Sam Hain, and then they released, do I have to say it this way? Revelation? I guess that's how it's said, but they spelled it funny. Kind of like how they spell Twisted funny. Revelation, I checked it out. I wasn't feeling it as much as I was feeling the last one. The fucking Nightmare, Generation Nightmare. Is
Generation Nightmare.
Generation Nightmare, I actually liked it. And I've been boycotting Twisted for years. I've been boycotting Twisted since the fucking Juggalo March. But when Mad Season came out, I had a change of heart. Only in the sense of I wanted to stop the boycott and I wanted to listen to the music. So I actually went back and I listened to everything I missed because they released stuff while I was boycotting them. They released Generation Nightmare. They released Triple Threat. I had never heard that, you know? There were some other Halloween tracks or whatever, but yeah, so I listened to Mad Season. It was all right. I realized half those tracks were all singles that they already released. So, and then Songs of Sam Hain, I thought that was better than Revelation.
I forgot about that. I forgot they released that.
Yeah, I mean, Songs of Sam Hain had some good songs on there, but I don't know. They're going in the rock direction, and it's kind of, I guess it's kind of weird because I lost interest in Twisted for personal reasons, and then their music started to become less and less appealing. It wasn't the other way around. The music started to be less appealing, and then I lost interest. We're just splitting apart. I don't know. It is what it is. But Axe Murder Boys released an album this year called Fatality.
Oh, I forgot about that. I think we all did.
They definitely are trying to sound like the sound of the times, you know, in that it's got that trappy.
To it. I don't know if it's just because I don't listen to them as much, but it seems like to me every single time Young Wicked raps, it can be misconstrued as he's still talking to Psychopathic. Like a lot of the premises that I've heard from his lyrics are like, oh, y'all guys are talking shit, but I'm going to come back even harder.
Right.
In different forms. And I'm like, dude, get over it. You fucked up. Get over it, dude. It's time. It's fucking time. Get over it.
Tell you this, in my opinion, Generation Nightmare is all about the ice.
Them too.
But I'm saying that I liked the music, but I took it as the whole album was basically about that situation, and it was like it was their side of it or their grievances about it, and I kind of chuckled to myself. I'm like, wow, like I skipped it because I've been boycotting all of M&E for the past 3 years, and you know, instead of listening to it and complaining and bitching and in the comments, like that's the thing. If you don't like something, you don't have to fucking give it attention. And that's what I chose to do. I chose to give them attention. But you know, it's like it'd been 3 years. I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to go check out all this music and see if I actually have been missing out on anything. And I missed out on some stuff. But now I felt like, wow, Generation Nightmare. This is what all the Twiddlers are listening to. Like they're all being like, I don't know. It's like they're all. Am I the only one that feels like Generation Nightmare is all about the ICP beef?
I don't know. I listened to it twice and then I gave it to Goodwill. So
Okay, all right. Well, we're not their audience, but I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not excluding artists just because I don't fuck with them currently. Here's another one, Boondocks. He put out Paradigm Shift with Buckshot, and he just recently put out Crimson Crow. I haven't had time. Holy shit! I haven't had time to check either one of those out yet.
So I know we haven't said this on air, or maybe we have, but I remember whenever I thought that album was called Wild Horses.
yeah,
it was,
it's literally just a Boondocks album full of Rolling Stones covers. That's all
even though, I finally did listen to that song, and it's not the Rolling Stone cover.
I still haven't. I haven't listened to it yet, but.
Hey, I'll say it a million times. I'll say it one last time, and I'll never say it again. No, I'm just kidding. I fuck with Boondocks live. He's great live, but I haven't been giving his new stuff a chance lately. But you know who I have been giving a chance is Lex the Hexmaster. I listened to both his albums this year, Party Castle, Episode 1, and then Haunted Mansion, Episode 2. Were both decent, in my opinion. And I hear tell that there is a third chapter coming out soon. And if you think about it, we could probably guess what the title is. Party Castle, Haunted Mansion. Maybe it's going to be
Spooky Dungeon.
I was going to say Sexual Igloo.
Yeah, yours is better than mine.
No, Spooky Dungeon is actually not a bad idea. But a castle and a mansion are very similar in structure. So it's got to be a big structure. It's got to be like Sketchy Orphanage.
Sketchy Orphanage.
I don't know. All right. Next artist on the list. I don't actually have the name of the album, but apparently a rapper named Red with 2 D's dropped something this year. Anybody know who that is?
Isn't he with MNE?
I know who he is, but
Okay.
yeah, no, he signed to Welcome to the Underground, their sub label.
Okay. Well, that would make sense that they're in this list here that I'm pretty sure Callie Green helped me build. Oh, the Horror signed to M&E this year, and they put out Halloween 365.
I can't believe you even brought that up.
Hey,
I
I don't
Go
know.
on.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why I wouldn't. I mean, it came out in 2020.
I'm sure all their 7 pre-orders were very happy with their product.
Ouch. All right. They also signed recently a ginger by the name of Gibby.
Yeah, I checked him out. He's all right.
Yeah, and I feel like
All
I've
right.
heard him before. Like he's probably been a local opener on many M&E tours, or maybe he's performed at the Gathering. Or I don't know. But I did check out his debut single video that he put out. Now, next on the list here is Buckshot and Kung Fu Vampire collab album. Don't know what it's called.
As you should. Not know what it's called.
I don't know what it's called. I didn't actually get all the info here. Then I got Class. That's Class, the Juggalo with 2 A's. He dropped like 2 or 3
Class.
EPs this year, and he also dropped a project with Hex Rated. We already covered Busta Rhymes' new album, and now maybe this isn't like underground or rap per se, but Gorillaz. The Gorillaz released an album this year called Song Machine Season 1, Strange Times. I guess, I don't know much about the Gorillaz, but I know this. There are a bunch of cartoon characters that are just fake characters, and it's actually just like one of the members of the band Blur that does all the music. But then when you watch their videos and stuff, it's like they got all these different characters playing all the instruments, and it's like a make-believe band. right?
Well, there is that one song, I think it's called Dare, where I think it has the singer's head in the video. I don't know if you ever seen that one.
See, I didn't know that the gorilla was from like one of the members of Blur, and I actually used to love.
Oh yeah,
I used to fuck with Blur. I think I discovered Blur because they were on the Train Spotting soundtrack back in the 90s. And
dude, Gorillas fucks, dog. I fucking love Gorillas.
Yeah, well, no, I'm talking about Blur. I'm just saying, like, I used to fuck with Blur, and I guess I slept on the Gorillas, but when we were talking about shit, I saw that they got a track with Beck, and I actually fuck with Beck, and he put out an album this year. But let's get back to the list. All right, Brother Lynch Hung released
say it.
N-word deep. Not gonna get me to say it.
I'll clip that motherfucker real quick. You'll end up on your mom's house.
Get a twisted T to the face, you know.
It's, Brother Lynch Hung, and I guess it's Sick X. Is that how you say his name? It's a collab.
Yeah. I think it's 6.
Okay, 6. My B. Yeah, they released an album. Now there's this rapper. I didn't know who he was until 2020, but his name is Echo. All right, that's EKOH. He released an album called The Detour, a single called Real Bad. But I discovered Echo because he was a feature on some other rap. Like, remember I was talking about Checkmate?
Yeah.
He released that album. So Checkmate also on my list. But yeah, I think Checkmate had a feature with Echo, and I was like, who's this guy Echo? And I checked him out, and I was like, damn, he's putting out many albums. So I checked out some of Echo's stuff, and it was decent. And so I put him on the list, even though I've never heard of him before this year. So if you're into that lyrical, it's not wicked shit, but
well, then I don't want to listen to it.
Yeah, but it's hip hop. It's just hip hop,
Just
all right. You guys, know him, and you either love him or you hate him. Maybe a little bit of both. But Eminem dropped an album this year recently called "Music to Be Murdered By" Side B, including a track that had some ICP references. Rhyming ICP with R. Kelly ICP. Get it? EP. Even rhymed like my little white wee wee in there. So
of course. And he also rhymed, have you heard of Chris Christopherson? Well, I'm pissed offerson. That was a real gem.
But just coming out with all those fucking clinch rhymes. Yeah, so Eminem, look, this is B-sides. This must have been all the stuff, like, it was obviously a follow-up to the last one last year.
I think it's just a whole new album of new songs, dog, to be completely honest.
So he's just, calling it, is this his lazy album?
Yeah, that's this weird thing people are doing now, putting out, like, a whole new album and calling it, like, the B-sides or a deluxe edition to the album they just released, but it's a whole new fucking album, and you can tell that it's just all new songs. I don't know what the deal is.
So maybe that's the gimmick is like everyone really fucked with Music to Be Murdered By, and so now he's piggybacking off of that. And like,
I like this one, the side B, more than I like Music to Be Murdered By the first one. Okay. But that's just me.
I didn't listen to this new one fully. I listened to the track where he mentions ICP. I listened to like 2 other tracks, but I did listen to the entire one last year.
Yeah.
Just cause, and I mean, everybody was talking about that Kamikaze track. Or wait, that was an album. That was the album.
That was an album. Yeah.
I can't keep up, man. Too much music. All right.
Now, I've never been on that Eminem hate train, back in the day with Juggler. I always thought that was stupid. I'm like, okay, you hate Eminem because of ICP, but then, oh, no, I hate him because I hate him, not because, okay, dude, okay. You're your own person, we get it. But behind the scenes, you hate it because ICP.
I feel attacked.
That should be a shirt. You're your own person. We get it.
Make it.
I've been on the Eminem hate train for so long that I forgot why I hated him.
Dude,
I just hopped off the train. Dude, if I can't remember why I hate you, then I'm not going to continue hating
One of my homies hit this kid over the head with the rotary phone because he was listening to Eminem.
All right,
Those are fucking heavy, dude.
a rotary phone? Can't you get
That's awesome,
a
dude.
StarTech or a fucking Motorola? Like,
But I'm very suspicious of his chopping skills. I feel there was one, I think it was the very first one. It was something God,
Rap God.
rap God. I was like, I don't know, man. That sounds sped up. Like,
Sped up. Yeah, me too. That's right.
I was very suspicious of that one.
really?
I don't know if he's done it live and he can actually do it, but it just sounded suspicious.
Well, I'll
It
tell you
does sound
this,
sped
I've
up.
actually seen people like rap that song. Like, you know, you see like, have you ever seen a video of someone like, I'm going to spit this Tech Nine verse or this, you know,
Yeah.
and they do it. Well, I saw a chick spit that fucking Rap God song and she actually did it. You know, so there's people out there that can chop and they you know, they fucking spit that song. They memorized it and they learned it and they actually did it, you know?
It could be done. Like, it might sound like hating, but you can take it as it is. But to me, like, okay, that's not impressive. If you have at least a little ability to spit like that and memorize, it could be done. But Eminem, I don't know. Maybe it was bad mixing and I just heard it wrong, but I don't know. It just sounded suspicious.
I even got that when he did Speed 'em with Tech and Chris.
Yeah, that was another one. Around that time, it was sounding very weird.
Yeah. But he might have like honed it a little bit more. He's not really doing a whole lot of chopping
Yeah.
shit now. But yeah, during that time, it was really weird.
He
He was like trying to compact as much as he could, like into a fucking verse at all times.
Yeah, because back in the day, he wasn't doing that. I don't ever remember that.
No, he wasn't.
Like we haven't gotten to R.A. the Rugged Man yet, but on his new album,
We'll talk about that album.
he does a little bit of fast rapping like that, and he borderline goes so fast that it's like holy shit. But then he slows it right down. He's like, "Fuck that fast rap!" Like he's self-deprecating. I love it. But yo, let's move on to another shitty rapper. I mean, let's move on to another rapper. This guy goes by the name of the Joker with 2 R's, and you know he released Joker's Legacy, Cave of Bones, and a single called Children of the Corn, and then he tried to like sell a bunch of Juggalo merchandise to us and win our favor. And I'm not even going to cover all that stuff because I'm not buying it. But he did release some shit this year. So if you're a Joker fan, you got a little bit of music from him. Next, I got the Odd Squad family. They performed at the Gathering last year. They're pretty cool. They were chill, rolling around in their golf cart, hanging with juggalos. But they put out the Flamingo Complex and a single called Never Coming Down. And honestly, that's the end of my list. That's the end of my honorable mention list.
Oh shit!
Pretty fucking long. It's not even. We're not even done. Like there's much more coming, but I think it is safe to say that we've already covered a lot. Okay. Shit. Where should we go from here? What do you think? We're saving top 10 for last, right? Yeah.
Well, I don't have to go as in depth, but I got some honorable mentions. So
yeah, please share some honorable mentions with us. That'd be great.
Yeah, we don't have to go real in deep. First off, well, you mentioned I got Ritz Picture Perfect on this bitch. I got Denzel Curry and Kenny Beats with Unlocked. I got Nas King's Disease. He dropped a new fucking album this year. That was fucking fantastic. I got Mac Miller Circles. Of course, I'm a big Mac Miller fan. I got Stitches Married to the Bricks.
Stitches.
Stitches Married to the Bricks. Just real grimy cocaine selling music. I fuck with it.
Yep.
Not really grimy cocaine selling music. Loud trap cocaine selling music. But I got to Recognize with Pressure Point. I really fucked with that album. It's a chill album. Royce da 5'9", The Allegory. That was a really good follow-up to his Book of Ryan album. That shit's actually up for a Grammy this year. So all props to Royce. I hope he finally gets some kind of fucking recognition for his years in the rap game of being underrated.
So he has not. He's been underrated. I mean, I remember hearing about him. I guess when he started collaborating with Eminem. Like I wasn't privy to him before.
Well, they've been collaborating together. They're like best friends, like from back in the day. So
I admit, I wasn't paying attention to Eminem, so I wasn't paying attention to anyone he was rapping with either. You know.
Yeah, The Allegory is a fucking fantastic album. I got Project Born with Born Dead 4. That's on the honorable mention. I really like that album. Fucked with it a lot. No, you didn't.
Dude, they're on my list though. Dude, they're on my list after Scum. I accidentally skipped over them. Oh shit!
God damn it.
Oh,
put your card on the table, sir. I'll collect that promptly.
Dude, I will take the L for that, man. Look, Crapper and 4. Yeah, those are right in the middle of my list, not at the end.
Yeah, I really fuck with that album. The track on there with the Bootleg is fucking insane from Dayton Family. I love that fucking track.
Love Dayton Family too.
And of course, I got Gorillaz with Song Machine Season 1, Strange Days or Strange Times. I can't remember off the top of my head which it's called. That's a great album. Flatbush Zombies with Now More Than Ever. Shout out to Michi Darko, Juice, and Eric Ark Elliott. That's a fantastic fucking EP. Then I got Stevie Stone with Black Lion and Polo G, the GOAT. Those are my honorables.
All right. Now, I don't even know, Panic. Do you have a top 10 or any other categories to share?
Definitely not in rap. Rap kind of took a back. Honestly, this year I'm realizing I don't really listen to much rap. Like there's only new rap. I find hard to discover new music.
You got to search because every dickhead with a microphone's a rapper now.
Yeah, I honestly don't. I don't know what it is.
It's true.
I'm not too sure what it is, but I came across a group called Tala, and they're basically a combination of different genres of metal. They do like new metal. They do a little bit of death metal. I've heard some grindcore on there. They're just a little bit of everything. They came out with an album called Matrophy, and they did it's kind of funny. They did what the fuck's it called? What's that song that 6ix9ine came out with right after he got out of jail?
Oh no. You know what? I didn't intentionally omit him, but I forgot to include that dickhead.
We don't have to, but
anyways, yeah, they did a metal version. I think it's called Gooba.
Right.
That's an old song.
They did a metal version of a 6ix9ine song, and I wanted to laugh, but I'm like, you know what? This is actually pretty fucking good. His vocal range is fucking crazy. But anyways, I know a lot of people didn't like it. Mushroom Head came out with a new album with their new artist, Jeffrey Nothing Left. And they came out with, what the fuck was it called? I already forgot what it was called. Let me see. I got it on here somewhere.
All right. While you're finishing that, I'm going to start throwing up comments from the chat that I've seen, that have been adding to the conversation just while you're saying that stuff. All right. You guys see it while we talk.
It's called It's a Wonderful Life, or It's a Wonderful Life. Anyways, that's a fucking dope album. I really like that. Deftones, who is one of my favorite fucking bands.
New album this year. Shit.
They came out with a new album called Ohms. I like that. At first, it's always weird, when you hear a new fucking album, you're not sure what you think about it, but it's fucking dope. And then Chino Moreno, which is the lead singer of Deftones, yesterday, he got a side project called Crosses. They came out with the new single, and I'm blanking on the fucking. Anyways, they came out with the fucking new single, and for the very end, Amy, I know nobody's gonna fucking know except BeastMaster. She's a Japanese singer, and there was a couple of songs that she came out with called Home, and what the fuck was the other one? Let me see. Night Running. I don't understand 95% of what she's saying, but I like her voice. And as far as 2020, that's about it. This year, I've totally realized I don't listen to new shit as much. It's very hard for me to find new shit.
I tell you this, when it comes to like not understanding, like, artists of a different country that, for me, last year, my Spotify top 5, one of the bands that made it into that list last year for me is a band from like, I think they're Swedish. So they're Sweden, and they're speaking they're speaking Swedish. I don't understand that shit. Like, but it was back in the 90s. My dad went to Norway or Copenhagen, so I think he went to Sweden. He picked up the CD and he's like, "Yeah, they said this was like the most popular album out right now," and I loved it. And their name is Kent, like Kent. So I had gone on Spotify and checked out. They had dozens of albums, and so I listened to all of their shit, and I cherry picked all my favorite Kent songs and made a playlist. And I guess just by doing that, they made it into my top 5 on Spotify because I fucking listened to like all these fucking albums, and I don't understand. Like sometimes they throw some English in there, but it's like 90%.
Yeah. And it's weird when you're listening to their language and then they throw an English word. You kind of skip over it, and then you're wait a minute, you have to reverse. You're like, oh, okay, I understand that one word,
right?
But that's
or like a sentence, like just one verse is like English, and it goes back to Swedish again. But true story, Pamela. When you were my guest a couple of weeks ago, you chose "Don't Give Up the Ghost" as my play at the end. Well, the beat for that song was a Kent song that I actually had turned into a hip hop beat. Like I had a friend take one of the songs from that album that my dad brought back from Copenhagen, and then I had a buddy turn that into the beat, and then that beat is what I used for that song. So that's kind of a little fun tie-in right there. Let's see.
I also know that I could have swore Rammstein came out with an album this year.
Okay. I don't really fuck with them, but I know a lot of people who do.
All I know is I did a lot of ecstasy to that Du Haas song. Full disclosure.
We have not covered Warak. Did they release something this year? Oh, that's Scotty Ball's way of plugging Warak. But
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I was like, I have no clue what that is.
Callie Green actually met up with the Joker and listened to that some of that shit before anyone else got to hear it. Let's see.
I think the only Joker that I've heard and actually kind of liked, and Callie Green could help me out with this, I think it's a song called Deftones. I think he's a Deftones fan. But other than that, I've never really heard much of his music.
Yeah, that new Stitches Cali fucks hard, dude. Married to the Bricks. Oh my god. Yeah,
Real hard.
It's a great fucking album.
Hell yeah.
So now he's not really hitting people with the brick anymore. He's like marrying them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Did D Antwoord drop new music this year?
Oh, I don't know.
Hold on, I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, they're a little weird for me. I mean, Ninja was cool,
weird,
but
like
Oh, they did. They dropped House of Zeph.
I was Diane Word is, or I always say that name wrong. I was with somebody from South Africa for a long ass time. Diane Word is basically treated in South Africa the way ICP was treated in America in the 90s.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Nobody in South Africa fucks with Diane Word like that.
Really?
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that. I mean, the way they're so, I mean, Zeph to death.
Yeah, they're looked at as like trash and shit like that, like trashy humans and shit.
Have
Like
you ever
I
seen?
could see. I could understand that.
There's a movie called Chappie, and it's about like
Yeah.
a rope. Yeah, and D. Antwoord is actually in the movie, like playing themselves, kind of, sort of, like
maybe.
they are. I mean, it's one of those situations where like they're playing themselves, but I think in a fictional way,
Yeah.
because I don't think they're really out there like, you know, with robots and stuff. But I don't know what they do in South Africa. It's a pretty dope movie. If you like D. Antwoord, you should check out the movie. It's called Chappie. Yeah, Callie Green. He's always got the info. House of Zeph. Supposed to be their last album. All right. Well, I don't know about that, but hey, I thank you guys for your contribution. You know, we're going to move on to the next list, and then a little later, I'll come back to the chat and we'll play catch up and share what you guys have to say about it. So let's see. Next, I think we got. So that was the biggest part of my list. Unless I go to the iPad and actually try to fucking. Yeah, you know what? I will do another iPad segment because there's some shit that was shared with me over here that isn't over here. But I got a small list over here of singles that I just want to mention. First and foremost, ICP released the first single from their upcoming Yum Yum Bedlam called Ding Ding Doll. And everybody knows that already. You don't need us to tell you on that.
Never heard of it, actually.
Oh, really? Well, see, it's about this kid that goes on the dark web and he orders a Ding Ding Doll, which is supposedly made with the actual human hair of a dead child. So,
I like where this is going.
Yeah, so the song actually is sung from the perspective of the doll.
Mm-hmm.
So it has that like play with me vibe, right?
Okay.
2020.
Okay.
Play with me 2020.
Yeah, play with me 2020. And it's pretty. Look, I know that some people aren't feeling that song. I was.
Really?
I was feeling it. Yeah, you're surprised?
Huh.
Yeah.
It was produced by Shaggy the Airhead, another like relatively new producer in the wheelhouse of Psychopathic, but they actually revealed on their I forget which segment it was from the House Party Peep Show that they approached Mikey Clark to produce Yum Yum Bedlam, and he backed out at the last minute, and they were like, "That's all right. We got these other producers on deck," and it just happened to be Devereaux. And it happened to be Shaggy the Airhead, and you know they've been working with Ouija Mac a lot, so that's the connection right there. You know,
but correct me if I'm wrong. I think Mikey Clark might have a little bit of production on Yum Yum.
Yeah,
it's like old shit.
They said that they had some older beats that they had given them, so
the new kids laid out, the new guys laid out.
But it wasn't like new shit he made just for them.
Right. Yeah.
Stuff he made for them in the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with.
And I think like Devereaux and all the new guys came in and kind of laced it up and put their own flavor. So Mikey Clark's got some production credit on the new album.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Which is awesome to hear, to be honest.
It is. So look, there's the other thing I wanted to mention is when we were helping them produce those songs, you know, when they were in the studio and the House Party Peep Show, there was something that Jay said that stuck out to me. And it was the rhyme scheme section where they really specified. They're like, all right, would you like it to be the type of rhyme where it's like wild style, you know, where it's all crazy? or they're like, would you like it to be the type of rhyme where it's like real lyrical and everything rhymes? And there's like, I just thought to myself, like, wow, people like just assume that ICP are like fucking Neanderthals that make childish music and that there's no thought behind their shit. When it's the complete opposite. Like they very much are intentionally, you know, they do what they do intentionally. And Ding Ding Doll is a very lyrical song. Like just the way that he tells the story from the perspective of the doll, all the rhymes are on point, and it's not off topic ever. I'm just saying that to me, it's impressive. Now, it may not be the type of rhymes that, you know, whatever. It paints a picture, and it's actually pretty fucking clever. That's my point. Is it may not be your cup of tea, but you cannot deny the skill in the rhyme scheme of Ding Ding Doll. And I'm just putting that out there. But let's move on. There's another single out there from Slain called Revolver that was really dope this year. I already talked about Alice Cooper in previous episodes, but he released a couple of singles. I think he's got an album dropping soon. But the singles were called Rock and Roll and Our Love Will Change the World. Those were dope. Let's see. Brother Lynch Hung released a single called Animal. That was pretty fucking dope. I didn't hear it when it
I
first.
love that fucking song. That's
Yeah,
on my list too.
I think you guys actually clued me into that, and I went and checked it out, and I liked it a lot. Brother Lynch Hung is dope. We already kind of covered Necro, but he dropped a single called Knife Season recently, and and I'm just gonna say it. 2020 was the year of wet ass pussy. Okay.
All right, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about WAP. I don't know what there is to talk about, but Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion, and Megan Thee Stallion got shot by what? Her boyfriend in the foot this year?
Tory Lanez, yeah, and then he put out an album trying to prove his innocence.
Motherfuckers are they'll do anything to promote themselves.
Oh yeah.
Even shoot themselves in the foot or their girlfriend or their ex-girlfriend, whatever the fuck. I remember all the fucking controversy, like people accusing her of like not really getting shot, like, oh, your selfie in the hospital didn't look real, blah blah. Give me a break.
While that fucking maybe that style, because I don't really like Cardi B. I don't like Megan Thee Stallion like at all. It's not really my style. But what I do have to give props to that song is that it literally pissed off everybody on the spectrum of music. Even politically, not even music, but politically, it just pissed off everybody.
I saw Ben Shapiro's little fucking wet ass P word tirade.
Yeah. And even people who were supposed to be like women empowerment, they can sing about, rap about, talk about whatever they want. They were even offended by the song.
Right.
So they're just pissing off both sides of the aisle. And I honestly got to respect it. As much as I don't really care for the song, I have to respect that. I really do.
And I think
you don't have to.
You said
no,
that
I do. I respect it.
R.A. the Rugged Man even came out in defense of that.
When R.A. the Rugged Man is defending a modern day rap song, I mean, that dude hates
he's trying to win some points.
Right?
He's trying to win some points, but he's also trying to say like it's rap music, it's hip hop music, it's all expression. And he's saying that rap music is not going to cause your kids to be like this. That's the oldest argument in history, right?
Have you seen everybody doing the WAP dance on TikTok? Because that song is literally making everybody act like this.
Well, that's the internet's fault. That's not a song's fault.
Yeah, that's right. Blame the internet.
I will.
I guess blame China because China gave us TikTok.
I definitely don't care for that song. It is what it is.
For it. You're not going to see me blast it in my car. I just appreciate it for what it is.
I got to share my screen for the next couple of a couple of singles because let's see if I can. Yeah, it's already big enough. Can I go?
Slain fucks, dude. I fucking love Slain.
Here we go. All right, we already covered this, but this is the video for. I guess I was intending on showing this off. You know, when we talked about that, but so then I'm just going to click through a few of these videos just for the visual aid. I'm turning the volume down. I just want the visual aid for the next few honorable mentions, right? Now this one, the track is called Slaughterology, and it's from Zane. I'm sorry, Zay. I fucked up his name. 216 Zay. This is, dude, just, I'll play the beat for 2 seconds.
Yeah. Steve on the beat.
All right, that is the chicken hunting instrumental.
Yeah, they laced up chicken hunting.
You laced it up, and when I first heard it, I mean, when I first put it on, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, "Oh Jesus!" But
it's a good track, bro.
Yeah, dude. When I heard it all the way through, I was fucking impressed. Maximum Overload's verse was fire. Like everybody on this,
Even Tommy James did his fucking thing on there, dude.
Fire. So big props to fucking Zay and all these guys for putting out Slaughterology. I fuck with this track right here. And that's why I wanted the visual aid, because I want you guys to see this and go check it out. Do yourself a favor. It's fucking dope. Here's the next one. Zay dropped a track called Dark Side, produced by Steve on the Beat. I like the graphics. I like the track. And then next on my list here is Mad Max. I mean, this is a music video. That's what they call me. And I'm going to let you find out what they call him. You got to listen to the song to find out. And I know Max personally. I mean, we actually might be more frenemies than friends, but I've been a fan of his for a long time. And I actually have a hand in one of the reasons why he moved to New England, because I actually I got him to come play a show in Massachusetts from Jersey. And he never left. He never left Massachusetts. He found a whole family out here. So props to Max for dropping some dope shit this year. He also dropped this music video called DOA, Dying on Acid, which is fucking sick. Just play a little snippet of it. It's like a horror movie music video, and it's pretty fucking ruthless. And if you know Mad Max, you know it's fucking lyrically ruthless as fuck. And now he actually has visuals to match. So I give him props for that, and I'm looking forward to his new Kaleidoscope album. All right, now the next artist is another friend of mine. Her name is Dove Vega, and she dropped a number of fucking singles this year. The first one is called Nightcap. This is more like R&B. It's not. She can rap, and there are a couple rap songs coming up, but. Yeah, this chick is this is like do-it-yourself music. You know, everybody out here is chasing their dreams, and she's got her own label. I mean, she moved to the West Coast, and she put out a ton of music. So there was "Tell the World," and this one's actually a music video too. Yeah, I highly recommend checking out Dove Vega. It's very fly. This other track here. This one she's actually rapping in. It's called West Coast Remix, and yeah, it's not a music video, but it's pretty dope bars. And then the next one I got is Do You Like That? The Bitch Remix, official audio. So there is no video, but it's maybe like a slideshow or something. That's my homegirl Dove Vega. And I've been a fan of hers since I knew she was, doing music. And I'll say it right now, I'm putting it out there in the universe. I would love to do a collab with this girl.
Full disclosure.
I want to have Dove Vega on my next release, and we'll see if I can make that happen. But is that it? Nope. There's one more. Charisma. Oh no, wait a minute. No, did this song come out in 2020?
I got those same boots.
Came out in May, so I mean, this is a bunch of music, and this one's an actual music video that she put out in May. Yeah, this chick is fucking something else. You guys got to check her out. You know, show her some love. Subscribe to her channel or something. At least check out the songs. All right, is there any more? Oh shit, Low Key.
Yeah, that's a banger. I
Yeah,
fucked with that track.
well, I didn't even know. This isn't even on my list, but that's just like whatever came after the list was over. I just made a short list of a few videos that I wanted to not forget to bring up today. So, you know, shout out to Mad Max, shout out to Dove Vega, shout out to Zay, Maximum Overload, Whiteout, Tommy James, all those dudes. And let's see. I guess we could move on to the next section of the list, which would.
Well, I got some singles.
I got one more. I mean, one more single. CPN got married this year. The first 17th of 2020 in January, I believe. He married Roxy Red, and Roxy Red released a single called Monster this year. And I just wanted to give her props for that track. She's done a lot of music in the past, and I don't know if she released more than this, but this is the one that I found on her Spotify, and I know she's probably working on new shit as well. But that's all I have on my list of singles.
Fair enough.
Yep. All right, Shanzi, what you
Can I
got?
rattle off some? I mean,
Yeah.
Zach, I don't know any of these assholes I'm about to mention, so but
Okay.
You reminded me I wanted to add Suicide Boys, Fuck Your Culture off their Stop Staring at the Shadows album. I also want to give a shout out for Busta Rhymes and Kendrick Lamar with Look Over Your Shoulder off that Extinction Level 2.
Okay.
Jared Benton, Watermelon Fried Chicken. That shit slaps. Lil Toe with Creme Brulee. I want to give a shout out also for singles. Ramirez and Sauce Mula released Children of the Void. Of course, got shout out for Brother Lin Chung off Animal. That's going to be on Season of the Sick Volume 2. And then last but not least for my singles is like the sixth one. Bones with It's a Wonderful Life. So those are my top 6.
Yeah, I don't know too many singles. It would only be, like I said, that girl that I mentioned, but I think I've been listening to more podcasts than music this
That's
year.
how I've been a lot lately too, like comedy podcasts.
You know what? I checked out The Cabin with Bert Kreischer on Netflix last night.
Yeah, I watched
You
that.
know, people, they want to talk about, who's that girl that got shot by her boyfriend or whatever?
Meg the Stallion.
Fuck her. Miss Pat got shot in the nipple and the back
Dude,
of the
this
head.
Pat's a fucking gangster, dude.
Fuck her. Miss Pat
Pat's a
got
real
shot
one,
in the
dude.
nipple and the back of the head.
Yeah. And
Miss
like
Pat's the
14
shit.
or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. All right, so I guess maybe some podcasts are in order.
Yeah.
I really fucked with fucking King of the Sting this year. Theo Von, Brendan Schaub. I
Yeah.
fucked with this past weekend, fucking Theo's podcast. I fucked
Yeah.
with Two Bears, One Cave.
Yeah.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler. I fucked with that. Tim
Yeah.
Dillon.
Dave,
Tim Dillon.
is that like a podcast?
No, it's Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer. I also
Yeah.
fucked with The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler. Tim Dillon
Yeah.
was probably my favorite comedy podcast that I started listening to this year.
Honeydew. Yeah.
And Joe Budden podcast. I fuck with Joe Budden podcast a lot for music and shit. Like that.
Right on. You know, I actually didn't have any podcasts lined up, but I do have a YouTube list for 2020 that we'll do.
Fair.
It.
Oh, before we go off singles, I also want to shout out the 2 System of a Down singles that released.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
liked those a lot too. I liked those. So.
Nice. Yeah, there is more music. So some of this isn't actually like rap at all, but I'll just mention them. The lead singer of Faith No More, Mike Patton. He's got another project called Mr. Bungle, and Mr. Bungle released an album this year called The Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny Demo. And it's like I don't know what you would call it. It's like hard metal grindcore, like almost screaming. Like it's pretty hard to listen to. Actually, I'm not feeling this album personally. Like his shit is so eclectic that I fuck with Mike Patton. Like he's got an album out like Mike Patton versus the Executioners that I loved. It's a little more hip hop though. But I fuck with the Mr. Bungle albums from back in the day. But
Yeah.
this one, it's maybe it's just the mood that I'm in lately. It's not a cup of tea right now, but I do respect that guy because I grew up listening to Faith No More, and when I got into college, I discovered all his other shit. So it's pretty cool. Still doing it.
Guys like Mike Patton, it would be a shame for him to do anything else. Like for him to have a normal job would have been a waste. There's just certain people that are born to do certain things, and he was born for music because his voice is so versatile.
Well said. And that. I mean, there are a lot of people that like this style of music. Maybe there'll be a day when I check it out and I actually can appreciate it more. But
because it's like you said, like Mr. Bungle, that's screaming. It's very fucking hardcore music. But then I think it's on one of the Faith No More albums. You got him doing their version of Reunited, which is a total left field from that. It shows you the range of voice range that he has. And I like to watch, like everybody likes, some people watch reaction videos. I like to watch vocal teachers react to certain people, and all the people who react to Mike Patton freak out on the range that he has.
Right. I hear you.
I haven't heard Mr. Bungle, but I could just imagine the Faith No More albums are all over the place. So I could imagine what
the Bungle albums were all over the place because the shit that I remember listening to was not like this. Like this shit was like hardcore. And if I read the track titles to you, you would fucking laugh. They are intense and clever and kind of edgy and very like not safe for work. And I'm just talking about the track titles. Like who knows what the fuck he's saying in these songs?
Yeah,
I haven't heard them all yet.
Yeah.
But check this out. There is more on we have more music before we even get to top 10 that I want to bring up. Did you guys know that Rage Against the Machine put out a live album this year called Battle of Mexico City, and it every track, the whole album is one show that took place on October 28th, 1999. So that's like before they broke up, and that dropped this year. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I was surprised to see it when it popped up on Spot. But then again, Spotify's so drunk. Like maybe Rage didn't drop a live album, and there's some fucking like K-pop band that's called Rage Against the Machine, and this is their shit.
Yeah.
But one day I will check out that live album. All right, so the last of my list over here, we covered Ouija Mac, we covered 216 Zay. We did talk about Shade. His Metamorphosis, EP and his music videos, but we talked about a little bit about LSP, but we didn't mention this. It is the 20th anniversary of Lyrical Scum Production. Is it Lyrical Scum? No, Snuff.
No.
Lyrical Snuff Productions, LSP. Yeah, 20th anniversary for that record label. Kind of a dope milestone. This year they signed Donnie Menace, Cody Manson, and I have Sevedemic written down here. Did he leave the label?
I think
He left. He left.
Yeah, but Sevedemic was Gathering in the Matrix headliner this year. We'll get to that later on my YouTube segment. But there's also you know the chick rapper Razakel. She's got a label called Shrunken Head Entertainment, or
Of course she does.
the initials for that is she, SHE. Look, every artist on Shrunken Head Entertainment dropped an album this year. I don't know who they are, but every artist did. So
Yeah.
Somebody can tell me.
Yeah, I don't know.
So there's another label called Force 5 Records, and they've got close ties with Suburban Noise Records through Donnie Polinsky. And that's the guy who's actually putting together Saint Dog's post-hominous album, Saint Dog, Cottonmouth Kings. So these are all facts that I learned from Cali Green Too Fresh.
And Force 5 is Mars's label, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so.
I think it is.
I think so too. Now it was KMK, P-Town, or PTR, like what is it? P-Town Records.
P-Town Ballers or P-Town Records, yeah.
P-Town Records. That's the record label now. It's P-Town Records or PTR. They're releasing their old PTR demos, like Cottonmouth King's like first shit. And I want to say that might have dropped yesterday. I think Callie said it was dropping up, because all I know is when we had this conversation, it had not yet dropped. But I think now it might be out. If anyone can confirm or deny this in the chat, I will throw it up.
No idea. I saw that Roan posted something saying that the pre-orders will start shipping the first for that. So it probably is out digitally, just not physically.
Right. Well, maybe people are waiting for their physicals in the mail.
So yeah, it probably is out.
In a pandemic situation, people might be waiting. But yeah, it looks like Static X, also a post-hominous album, which this is actually funny. Cali Green told me that he paid for that album like on the pre-order 2 years ago.
What album?
Static X.
Oh, okay.
So everyone who's mad about ICP pushing back a 3-month project, a 3 months
Could
for
be worse.
It could be worse. It could be like Static X, and you could be waiting 2 fucking years.
Well, see, that's okay, but when it comes to ICP, no, bullshit. That's not acceptable.
It's like we love it so much, we need it meow. And I guess this isn't like a release thing, but we want to give special props to D Lyrical, because not only did he collaborate, and he's showing up on Wicked Wood's new album, which I talked about last week, Simulated Reality. So shout out to Wicked Wood for that. But he was a guest on ICP's talk show on the House Party Peep Show, and he was also up for a collab with ICP if the Juggalos had voted for that when we were doing the production thing. That he was one of the artists where if we said that we wanted it to be a collab, it would have been him. So he almost got an ICP collab just at a pure happenstance in the voting process in that fucking live stream in October. And that's pretty epic. So I thought that's a definite like honorable mention for the homie D Lyrical. And then the last thing on my list here is Head PE this year was nominated for a Grammy.
Difference. They were up for consideration for a nomination.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
Because you have to submit yourself to be nominated. So they were up for a consideration for a nomination, but they lost out.
So they were, well,
It's the Grammys, dog. It's the mainstream music business. You know all that shit is handpicked.
I mean, obviously it's rigged. The dude who won it, his name is Cage the Elephants, and the album's called Social Cues. And
Well, that's a band.
That just sounds like the most like.
Is that the same band that had "Ain't No Rest for the Wicked"? And nothing comes for free, something like
You
that.
mean the White Stripes?
That's not the White Stripes. That's Cage the Elephant, I think. Ain't no rest.
No, I thought that was the White Stripes.
Money don't come for free.
I
Yeah.
don't know what it is about Head PE. I really don't like their fucking music.
All right, look, Callie.
Every time it comes up, I skip that shit.
Callie,
When they were on at the gathering, I said, fuck that shit. I don't want to hear this guy.
That's not true. A consideration and a nomination are two different things.
well, I mean, was it a self-consideration? Like, did they submit their name, or I don't understand how the process works. I don't follow Grammys.
I'll try and follow all facets of it. But
I mean, I
consideration
guess it
and
comes
nomination.
down to if they weren't physically on the show, you know, I forget how they do it, but they show the nominations, then they weren't nominated.
They weren't nominated.
Conway and Ill Bill, Be Afraid was my single of the year.
Okay.
I'm unholy. Oh, this is actually dope as fuck. Miss Hollywood was in one of Alice Cooper videos released this year. Fuck, that's so dope. That's so dope. I got a coworker who actually got in like 2 Alice Cooper videos with his daughter. They're like super fans. And when it comes to bringing on guests to the BeastMasteR show, I'm going to try to bring on a few like non-juggalos, just people in my life that I think are really interesting to talk to. And I'm going to see if they'll be down to come up on my platform and chop it up for y'all. And I mean, just to mix it up, you know what I mean? But in my mind, I'm thinking that dude is a contender because he's heavy into music and local music and stuff. And it would be a good conversation to say the least, even though he's not a juggalo. All right. I don't see any more comments relevant to the topic, and I've finished my list on this side. So now I'm going to go over to this side, and I'm going to basically pull up a short list I have of more fucking music that dropped in 2020, starting with Free Loco, which is a group made up of Riff Raff, Dirt Nasty, and Andy Miliakis.
Andy Milonakis.
Milonakis.
All right. It's called Arrogant American Freestyle Remix, and it's a comedy track. It's funny.
Got peas
You
on
know
my
what?
head, but don't call me a pea head, Bruce Lee.
Andy,
Don't call me a Lee head.
yeah, he's actually not that bad. I don't know who the other guys are, but Andy's actually pretty fucking good when he wants to be.
Okay.
I don't follow him like that, but from what I've heard, he's pretty fucking good.
Well, he sounded like he was 12 years old on that track.
Well, he got a disease where he looks super
He looks
young.
like 15, but he's like a
You're-
45-year-old man.
I think I knew that, but I don't follow him, and I don't know him. But I think I do remember hearing that. Like he looks and sounds like he's a kid, but it's like Webster. You know, Webster was like 40 years old, but he looked like a kid, so he played a kid on TV.
Yeah.
So do you? Okay, so this was way back in the day before viral was a thing. He got famous for a song called like "I Hate the Super Bowl" or something like that.
I
It
think I
got
remember
super
that.
fucking big. Let me see if I can pull it up as I'm talking. I want to say that he fucking got real big from a song called "I Hate the Super Bowl," and it was just him like sitting on the bed. Super Bowl is gay. That's what it was. Something
That's
like
it. Yeah.
the Super Bowl is
yeah,
gay.
Yeah, that's an old one. That's a classic.
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember what I mean, obviously it's about the Super Bowl is gay, but yeah, he got super big from that.
Interesting.
But yeah, he's not bad though. But it's I guess it's an acquired taste.
Right. Well, I mean, I like comedy rap, and I'll admit when I first like heard a Riff Raff, I wasn't impressed. but he kind of grew on me. And then I see,
Once you realize what it is, you kind of appreciate it more.
yeah, and the showmanship and just the, I don't know, the flair or the swag, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
It's pretty amusing. Look, I seen an interview, like almost like a podcast segment where he's chopping it up with this comedian, and they were talking about their diets. I mean, it was a podcast, so they were talking about like, you know, currently what Riff Raff is doing health wise, and then they started talking about candy that they enjoyed as kids. And I just fucking enjoyed their conversation so much. And I'm like, wow, Riff Raff is a real dude. Like, he may play a fucking weirdo on TV, but he is a real dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess everybody is, but you forget that because we just want them to entertain us, you know?
I guess it is hard to forget that Riff Raff is a real person when he has an MTV logo and a BET logo tattooed on his body. So, I mean,
right.
Yeah.
Well, didn't he get big because he was on a show called From G's to Gents?
G's
And he was
to
like,
Gents.
fuck yeah.
Yep.
He was like, fuck this shit. I'm a G. I ain't no fucking gentleman.
Yep. Yep.
So was he a reality TV show turned musician? Yep. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Yeah.
I wasn't sure what came first.
And he turned it into a career, so I can't knock the hustle, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you get your 15 minutes of fame and you make it work.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually going to try and show you my screen here because if I do that, it'll be a little bit more impressive than me just rattling off names of shit. That yeah. So here's my Spotify, and here's like a list I made so that just for the visual aid aspect. I mean, I got my iPad over here, but now I'm doing it on the actual screen. You can see. So we're on the third fucking track. It's called Rogue Wave by Aesop Rock. I love that shit. And I believe I got the volume down, right?
Yeah, it's down.
It's down. It's not even, you can't even see the bottom of the screen, but it's actually playing over here on this computer, not on this one. All right, Isham. All right, Legendary Loser. That's just a single. Ended up on the album late.
Great track, though.
We'll get to that album later, though. And a great music video, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Really, really fucking dope music video. So here's a track came out this year, Know Me Like That, Method Man, Young Collage, Awkwards. Anybody fuck with that? Or anyone even know about
I fuck with Method Man. I don't know that track, though.
Right. Well, this is all stuff that came out this year. Looks like Nas and Lil Nas X made a track called Rodeo.
Why did Nas do that? Yeah, I've heard that track.
Did you hear that one?
Yeah, I don't.
This is
I see a mistake.
What's the mistake?
G-Mo Ski.
Uh-oh. Cancel them. Get off your own stream.
That didn't come out this year.
G-Mo did something this year, but it wasn't music. He did a lot of live streams. That's a whole different category. But yo, Vinny Paz put out this album, As Above, So Below. I already mentioned this one, but it's in my list here. Yeah, he put out Return of the Filth.
Is that a new one?
Says 2020. Now, Spotify is drunk, so I take it with a grain of salt.
Well, you know what? I also don't follow G-Mo like that, so you could be right.
No. I am right, but this is not an album. It's just a single, bro. It's just a single. All right. Okay. I mean, come on. All year he put out one song. That's not bad. I mean, it's not. I'm just saying it's not a fucking album. It's a single. This is an album. She Loves Me Not. We already covered it. Here we got Dead Gangsta from Intrinsic. And Intrinsic, I believe, is the one behind the Underground Hustlin' that is promoting their new mixtape featuring Big Hoodoo, and they're doing like cartoon voodoo doll avatars for everybody who buys on to be on the project and shit. And if you guys follow Big Hoodoo on social media, just a couple days ago, he put out there that he is doing collabs to hit up his email, and he's ready to put in that work. And then lo and behold, like a couple days later, Intrinsic has swooped him up to be in the Underground Hustlin', like, you know, big name feature that every up and coming rapper can say, hey, I was on the mixtape with Big Hoodoo. But the truth is you don't need to go on that mixtape to have a track with Big Hoodoo, because Big Hoodoo is advertising collabs to everybody right now. So if you want a track with Big Hoodoo, hit up Big Hoodoo and get your fucking collab. And you guys, I don't need to share your links. You guys know how to find that shit. But this right here is a track. It's called Dead Gangsters. It features Intrinsic, Die Nasty, the Mexican Thuggalo, Blaze Your Dead Homie, the HOF, the Crypto Man, and Necrotic. Necrotic? Necrotic. I don't know how to say that. Oh, boy. All right.
It's almost as good as serial killing psychopathic killers.
I guess I should scroll so we can stay on the. So now we're on Rewinders. It's at the top of the page now. This track is from. It's just a single. Came out this year from. How do I even say this? Celestephone, The Mole, and MC Paul Barman. All right, Celestephone. Check it out. Looks fun. It looks interesting. All right. Next one is, this was that single, Blicky. We already covered Necro. Twisted. I think this ended up on Mad Season, but this was one of the singles they dropped early in the year.
That actually was not a bad track. I really liked that track a lot. From
What, the Twisted one?
Yeah, that Twisted track. That was not that bad.
Never changed. What about Mickey Avalon? Woke as Fuck. You hear this track?
No.
It's actually really fun. This track is making fun of everybody who is trying to be woke, and it's fucking comedy gold. You should check this out.
I'm down for that.
All right, now we got this single that dropped: "Secure the Bag," Buckshot, Blaze, Triz, and Recognize. Anybody else? Nope, just them. Just a single. Here's another single, The Floozies featuring Tech-9. Did you hear this when it came out?
No, but I know Tech-9 did a shit ton of features this year, but I haven't heard that one.
All right, well, you know what? This is the only one I got for you. I mean, if he did other fucking features that came out this year, they're not on my radar, but this one ended up on my radar. Like I told you, one of my buddies, when I asked on Facebook, he gave me a list, his Spotify list. And it was so long, but I did go through it. I just pulled out all the singles and like one song from an album, so I don't have to, scroll through all the fucking album tracks, But this is one of the singles that dropped this year. From
I will say one of the worst singles I ever heard this year was from Tech-9, and it was him and Corey Taylor. That was pretty fucking bad.
Did we even cover Tech-9? I think he was on my list before, and I forgot him.
No, it's the Interfere era, dog. We can just forget about this altogether.
But I didn't do it on purpose, yo. My God. Oh my God. Remember when I forgot Project Born? Tech-9 was right after him. I went from Scum to King Gordy, and I skipped Project Born and Tech-9. Fuck.
And yet here we are covering Mickey Avalon.
Hey, all I'm saying is that Tech-9 did drop 3 fucking EPs, right? Interfere, More Fear, and Fear Exodus. All right? I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I didn't mean to fucking skip that. It was on my fucking list. This track here is called Corona Doomsday Preppers.
Another COVID track.
Yeah, there's a few of them. I mean, look, it was obviously on people's minds. Maybe they were trying to, what's the word?
Cope.
I was gonna say monopolize.
Or monopolize.
Yeah, no, capitalize. They're trying to
yeah.
Not monopolize. That's the word.
Yeah.
Trying to capitalize on the hot button subject of the year. I mean, look at this image. He's got a Perel in the clip.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sure that song's going to age really well.
That song.
I forgot about this song. Go on, sorry.
No, this song's by DJ Smokey and some other guys. All right. So this ended up being on the album, but it came
I
out.
forgot about that. Fuck, that didn't make my singles. Shit.
Oh, you fucked up. This is a good.
Yeah, dude. That song
Dude,
is so fucking
This is
hard.
produced by DJ Premier too.
Shouts out to DJ Premier.
So I'll tell you honestly, I was not really. I didn't really know who Run the Jewels were, but a couple of years ago, a juggalo, a friend of mine, at an ICP show, he straight up like grabbed me and was like, "Dude, do you know Run the Jewels?" And he like told me to go check. Like, you have got to check them out. I'm like, what? Are you on their street team? Like, are they paying you? Like, why do you want me to check these guys out? But he was just like so adamant about it, and I did it. And then I think I might have posted something on Instagram, and he commented. He's like, "Yeah, you took my advice, didn't you?" And I'm like, "I did," and I liked it. So,
ooh la la, ah wee wee.
Yeah. And the funny thing is I actually knew who Killer Mike was before I knew who the Jewels were, because I used to watch, like back in the day, there was a short while I used to watch TYT just because I thought Anna Kasparian was hot. She roped me in.
I mean, who didn't?
They used to have Killer Mike episodes where they would talk with him, or they would cover shit he was doing, and they would have him as a guest. So I remember my introduction to him was like him on politics, not even music. I didn't even, I knew he was the rapper, but I'm like, oh, some rapper named Killer Mike. Didn't realize that he was like one of the illest rappers, and his group was the shit.
I'd highly suggest checking out his album Rap Music. It's a really fucking great album.
I actually haven't heard his solo stuff, so I should
check out some of Killer Mike's solo shit. Yeah.
We already talked about the Gorilla Twins, but they got a single called Adios. It's got Immortal Technique and a couple other guys. Let's see. This track here is called Selly Cell. Oh, I'm sorry. Selly Cell's the artist, and it features Snoop Dogg, Sugar Free, and Cocaine with a K, with 2 Ks.
Damn.
It's called I'm Not Him. I actually I did listen to this. I thought it was pretty dope. I'm a fan of Snoop.
I mean, who isn't though? You know,
I haven't heard of Selly Cell in a long fucking time.
Selly Cell.
You guys heard of him? I've never heard of him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's old school shit.
So one of my coworkers, this is a complete sidebar, but one of my coworkers, he knows that I'm into hip hop. He knows I rap. He doesn't listen to me, but he always likes to bring up things about rap because he thinks I care about everything that related to rap. So he comes to me a couple of days before Christmas, and he's like, "Did you hear that Eminem and Snoop Dogg are in a fight?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "I don't." It's like they're mad at each other, or they're beefing. And I'm like, well, Eminem did just drop a fucking album. He probably said something. He probably like either slighted or name dropped Snoop, and then Snoop probably
I know what it's from.
on Instagram.
I know what it is.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, tell me. God, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't know what happened because I haven't heard the album yet.
It's just simply Snoop gave him his props. He gave him his props of being a great rapper, one of the best to ever do it. But Snoop said that M's not in his personal top 5 or top 10.
So
That's
shots
it.
fired. Shots fired. You're not in my top 10.
That's it. And then Eminem came back with some lyrics on the side B that just came out talking about Snoop, talking about I always used to love you, I always used to this and that. And it's like, man, get over it. You're just not in the man's top 10.
Oh, so I had it backwards. I thought M said something about Snoop, and then Snoop retaliated. It's the other way around. Snoop snubbed Eminem in the top 10, and now Eminem is like salty about it. I get it.
God for fucking bid, right?
I had it all twisted. All right, thank you for cluing me in. That makes sense. Because I do remember that clip. I've heard Snoop say that.
Man, rappers are some of the most sensitive emo people I think I've ever seen or heard about in my life.
Right, like take Necro. He's definitely one of those dudes that will just fucking ream out his own fans if they fucking piss him off. You know, like he does not tolerate any type of fucking dissent. You know what I mean? It's like the complete opposite. ICP, they're like fucking human punching bags with clown paint on them. They just let you fucking beat them up all day. They never fight back.
I mean, but they also have gotten shit talked about them all their life, I'm pretty sure.
well,
Yeah.
They were, by the time they made it, they were used to it.
yeah, and Necro, you know, he's like, you know, young kid rapping, always trying to prove himself. Probably, you know, looking up to his older brother. I mean, this guy has been rapping for so long.
A long time.
Anyway, shoot that piece of shit. You like that title? Here's the actual the single artwork for "Shoot That Piece of Shit."
I'm actually gonna check out that song after this stream just because of that song title.
No
I
doubt.
wonder I mean, I'm still kind of wondering what it's about, though.
It's about shooting that piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. So here's a track from Enemy Radio called "Lock Your Wheels." I thought it was pretty dope. We're gonna go a little faster here. ASAP Rock dropped an album earlier called "Freedom Finger." Music from the game. Is there really a game called Freedom Finger, or is that just the name of the album? I can't tell nowadays. You know, like people are all very clever with their album titles. So if there's actually a game, and then he did like the soundtrack for it, and this is the soundtrack for it, that's pretty cool. Then we got Kool Keith dropped an album.
Damn.
Yeah, Kool Keith dropped an album this year.
Hey, really?
It's called Space Gore-Tex, and I like Kool Keith. You know,
I like Kool Keith too, but I haven't listened to him in so fucking long.
neither have I. Like I used to listen to him in high school.
Dude, yeah, that's old school.
Yep.
He's actually half the reason half of these fucking rappers out here are doing shit nowadays, to be honest.
Yeah, he's definitely he's got a lot of shit. Oh my god, even in the 2000s, he has not stopped working. There's a lot of stuff here. And then he also has like aliases. You know, he's put out music
Right.
under different names. And I'm drawing a blank on them right now, but maybe that's because I'm not finding them on the Spotify. Spotify is so drunk. Yeah. So next year I've got you know, I guess this was just one track off of RA's "All My Heroes Are Dead" as a placeholder. Mad Season. We already talked about this. So Czarface dropped this track called "Stir Crazy." I think this is another fucking Corona track, actually. It's just a single. Here's some real underground shit. This is a homie of mine, Mac Daddy Mills, and his dude, Jack Progresso. They dropped this single called "Dark Side of the Moon." I'll tell you right now, you'll see BeastMasteR and Mac Daddy Mills collab in the future. We're working on a couple tracks together. Basically, it's like you'll see him on my album and you'll see me on his next album type of deal. He's a juggalo. He's a friend of mine from New England, and we've recently talked about it, and we're gonna put in some work together. So he put out a single this year. Apathy with the Curriculum. This is just a single. Don't forget about his 51 track fucking album with self-titled though.
Yeah, if you got 3 hours to spare, check it out.
Bob Dylan, like that old dude from the 60s. He put out
sold his fucking masters for $300 million.
Oh, snap. Really?
That dude about to get paid. He just sold all his masters for $300 million. So he's setting up that generational wealth after that.
Somebody told me that, and I was like, yeah, what does he need his masters for? I mean, even his son has
at this point.
You know what I mean? They all got their royalties. Like, fucking cash in and fucking spend the rest of your life on the ventilator with COVID. I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. He's like, yeah, 300 mil. Yeah, do whatever you want with it. So,
yeah. Now, I wonder if this is. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to show you this. Not only did he drop this single, he also. Can we get this one to come?
Which by Leroy Jenkins in the chat, real quick, talking about masters. Said Wayne sold his masters for $100 million. I heard that, and if he did that, he's a fucking moron because that's at least worth $1 billion.
Okay,
Because
so
he has his masters, he has Nicki Minaj's masters, and Drake's masters, and that's worth way more than $100 million. Just a sidebar.
so Wayne, are we talking about Lil Wayne?
Lil Wayne, yeah, Lil Wayne.
Well, I didn't know if it was like, John Wayne. I heard John Wayne got canceled recently because of woke culture.
Yeah, for something he said, what, in like 1910?
The guy's dead. He's already dead.
It was like in 1916 or something.
Doesn't mean you can't cancel him.
God
I
already
guess.
canceled him. Shanzi, when you were leaning forward, it looked like the horns on my T-shirt were actually coming out of your head. And that was pretty fucking cool.
There you go.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. So just to show you here, I didn't even realize this until just now, and I remembered that Bob Dylan released other singles. There's this one called "I Contain Multitudes," and then there's this one. This is a fucking 17-minute track about the assassination of JFK. It's called "Murder Most Foul." This reminds me of when he did the Hurricane song, where he's singing about the boxer. Do you know that track? Oh, you don't know Bob Dylan?
I just don't know that song.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, he basically he kind of did like an autobiography of this boxer who was arrested for murder. Like he was wrongly charged with murder, racial profiling. You know what I mean? And so Bob Dylan like interviewed him and then put a song out to I don't know to explain the circumstances. And this is a 17-minute song all about fucking. Well, I mean, lyrically inspired by the assassination of JFK. Murder Most Foul. That came
I
out.
grew up with the fucking assassination of JFK. My dad was obsessed with that. So.
Was he with the?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've seen the Zapruder film like at least 50 fucking times. At least.
Right on.
So it's a 17-minute track just telling us that the CIA did it, or what?
Yeah, actually, it probably does. I'm not gonna lie. He pulls no punches. I only listened to it once. I mean, it's fucking 17 minutes long. But I do remember thinking like, yeah, he's saying some shit here. I mean, it's slow. It's super slow. That's why it's 17 minutes long, because he's just taking his time and his bars are like super slow. He's not a chopper, Bob Dylan.
You know what I'm saying?
Like if Tech Nine was going to recite this, it would be like a 3-minute song. You know? Or if Eminem was going to do it, he'd speed it up and make it shorter.
There you go.
All right, so here's more music from 2020. We got this album. This is I guess it's like an EP from Jerry Robinson.
Yeah, he signed to Strange.
Oh, really? This is a Strange release?
Yep.
Okay. I
didn't listen to it.
Neither did I.
Well, I'm glad we're talking about it.
Well, you know, it's here. It happens. Here's a Snoop single that came out this year called "I Want to Go Outside." I wonder if this is COVID related. Hey, 'tis the season for fucking quarantining.
I'm sure we'll all be listening to that song 10 years from now.
We've already covered Necro, Gorilla Twins. All right, we got Run the Jewels. Great album though. Mr. Hyde, who I don't know if he still is with
PLR.
Psychological. I don't know if he's still with Psychological, but he put out this single with Cherry Rain called Darkness.
I don't think I've listened to Mr. Hyde since Chronicles of the Beast Man.
Oh, I'm way off here. Where are we? Okay, here we are. So this track's called Mary Jane, and it is by Elliot Ness, Lunel, Devin the Dude, Young Red, and Tony Mack.
I know who Devin the Dude is.
I've heard of Devin the Dude too.
Who took the doobie from the doobie ashtray? Yeah, I know.
I did bump this track. I don't remember my opinion of it though. Must have been memorable. Here's another cool Keith. This is just a single though. I don't know if this was on. No, this isn't on his album because it's a collaboration with a different dude. Because that other Cool Keith album was with another guy. This one is with Algorithm. Oh, the song's called Algorithm Nation, and the collaboration is with Gorilla Ghost. Ever heard of Gorilla Ghost?
Nah.
Obscure. Are you surprised? Cool Keith working with obscure artists?
No.
All right. Who's Horror? Would they spell their R's with 9s? I don't know who they are, but they released this album called Blur, the mixtape. Then we got WAP.
Oh, praise be.
a bucket and a mop. What's that line? Park the Mack truck in this tiny garage. I mean, this song is so dirty, and it's got
Hit that little thing in the back of my mouth.
Throat. This song has like every 11-year-old girl like trying to fucking hump the ground on TikTok, and but yet R.A. the Rugged Man is advocating for the freedom of speech, and it's just funny how things change, like you never would have seen him co-sign something like this, but I guess people are up in arms about it. But I thought it was.
He's also a big 2 Live Crew fan, and 2 Live Crew basically almost got arrested in order for them to put out music like this.
Right. So yeah, I mean, it's their right. It's their right to be ratchet as fuck.
It is. Yeah. It's your right to be ratchet.
I wouldn't have it any other way. What do you want these girls to fucking rap about?
That old R&R, right to be ratchet. That's what I say.
Yeah, I mean, do you want their songs to be about how their bra straps are fucking itching their undercarriage? Like, all right, let's move on. We already talked about Twisted's songs of Sam Hain. We can move on from here. Ding Ding Doll.
Never heard of them.
Never heard of Ding Ding Doll.
Never heard of Insane.
ASAP Rock. This is a single off of an album. We're going to get to that album later. Mausoleum. We already talked about Axe.
Good album.
Here's a single. I don't know if this ended up on any of Ill Bill's fucking releases, but this one's called Be Afraid. It features Conway the Machine and Pharaoh Monch. I dug this track. I always check out Ill Bill when he has new stuff.
I guess I also got to get a shout out to Griselda. I don't really listen to their music. I've heard their music. I listen to it because they're like the new shit that's really fucking hot right now, but they're another group or a collective that releases, like, between the 3 members, they released like at least 12 fucking albums this year. Lulu, yeah, that's one of them right there. Yeah.
All right, so Conway the Machine and Alchemist with Lulu, and then
that's one of like the 12 they released this fucking year. Conway
the Machine with Big Ghost. No One Mourns the Wicked, and then they've got Conway the Machine with From King to a God.
From King to a God, it's a good album.
And then there's a deluxe I'm sorry. I thought I was showing you guys the album covers, but I guess I wasn't. And then this is the deluxe version of From a King to a God. So if you really want to see that, here's the other album cover for the OG version, and here is the cover for the No One Mourns the Wicked.
Yeah.
And these are all Conway the Machine is honestly not on my radar yet. I haven't heard any of his stuff yet. I haven't heard any of those albums yet.
It's Griselda. It's Conway the Machine, West Side Gun, and Benny the Butcher.
Right.
They're fucking everywhere, dude. Like, even on my top albums list, no, a lot of the shit I mentioned, they've had a collaboration on at least 3 of the fucking albums.
Okay.
So they're fucking everywhere.
So next album on the list here is Action Bronson. He put out an album called Only for Dolphins, and that's a fucking slick album cover.
You mean Ghostface Kill a Light?
All I know about Action Bronson is that he's a cook and he loves to cook food. Like, he's a chef and a rapper.
He has a great
chef. So he raps
a great
food
show
too.
Fuck, that's delicious. Yeah, that's a great show. I'm just trolling Action Bronson, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of songs by him working with artists that I actually listen to. I've never actually checked out Action Bronson's albums before. Next one on the list is this album here by Open Mike Eagle, Anime Trauma and Divorce.
I know of them. I haven't listened to any of their shit though.
Okay. Did you know that Afro Man dropped an album this year? It's called Fuck Everybody. Yeah. All right. Where? All right. I'll put him at the top so you guys can see what else is coming. All right. Next we got, oops. Wanted to hit this. Skits Craven, Children of the Ward. That's an album. What's My Drug is the first song off of La Bella Medusa. Somebody shouted out La Bella Medusa earlier. Ill Bill, again, can't say enough about him. This is a great addition to his discography. Tons of tracks, tons of features. It's good shit. All right, next we got this is King Gordy and Ill Temper, and it's called Organ Harvest. I think that's just a single, not an album. Tenacious D dropped a song this year called Time Warp. You know who Tenacious D is, right?
Oh yeah. I had no clue they even dropped new music. I didn't think they did shit since fucking that Pick of Destiny. They had one right after that. I didn't even know they were still around. Jack Black and Kyle Gass, yeah.
Yeah, they put out an album 2 years ago called Post Apocalypto, 2018. That I see here, but all right. Let's see. Isham, that's fuck. You know, Isham dropped all those singles this year, not just the, She Loves Me Not, but he actually dropped a fucking shit ton of singles. I think I talked about these on the second episode of the BeastMasteR show. There's Put Your Mask On, Shark Food, Everybody Wants to Go to Heaven. That's fucked up. And didn't he re-release a few, like remastered a few albums, like Dead Flowers? I know Dead Flowers got remastered.
Dead Flowers, yeah, he re-released Dead Flowers remastered.
Right, and then of course there is, Christmas is Dead. Of course, that was yesterday. So, but
yeah, and that song he still didn't explain why Christmas is dead, but
right.
Still waiting for an answer on that. I'm gonna be completely honest. Full disclosure, I haven't really cared for a lot of Isham since Suspended Animation. So
okay,
that's me.
All right. Well, Rob Zombie dropped a single this year called "The Triumph of King Freak." A Crypt of the Preservation and Superstition. Wait, The Triumph of King Freak. A Crypt of Preservation and Superstition. Wow. I actually didn't hear this, so I can't comment on it, but I am a fan of Rob Zombie. I think I might have slept on his last few albums, though, that came out. Let's see. What was the last Rob Zombie album I heard?
I'm not a big Zombie fan, dog, so I can't tell you. I don't know.
Okay. Holy shit. He's dropped like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's dropped like 7 albums I haven't heard. The last shit that I fucked with was Educated Horses. And I know we've had this conversation in the Carnival Spirits chat. I like that album. I don't know why people don't. But then again, I stopped following him after that.
Yeah,
so I
haven't followed him in fucking years. So
dude, I used to buy all of Rob Zombie's. Well, I mean, I guess
I straight up thought he was just directing horror movies now. I didn't even know he was still putting out music, to be completely honest.
When Hillbilly Deluxe came out in '98, I was in college, and that shit fucking was awesome. And then he put out this American-made music to strip by. Then he put out the Sinister Urge, and the Sinister Urge has a lot of good tracks on here. It's got House of a Thousand Corpses, the song, on that album. And that was before the movie came out. And then Educated Horses came out in '06. And I fucking fuck with a lot of tracks on here. But yeah, there's like 7 or 8 new albums he's put out that I didn't even know existed, as well as that single. All right, here's a single that features Blaze Dead Homie. It's Rapper Red and Kine. It's called Two Signs. It's got this chick holding a case of beer.
My kind of woman.
It's some sort of party track or a gangbang track. I don't know. All right, Cadaver. We already covered that.
Gross.
Afro Man. We already covered that. All right, this one. A$AP Rock's album that dropped this year called Spirit World Field Guide. This shit is awesome. Check out the music videos for it. I don't know. This is a dude that I just enjoy. He is so out there with his lyrics. If anybody else fucks with A$AP Rock, if you didn't know about this album, check it out. I got a coworker who plays like older A$AP Rock. And then I was like, oh, did you hear his new album that dropped last week? He's like, no, I didn't even know he dropped. I'm like, well, I mean, are you a fan of his? You're playing his old shit.
Well, this
is a good album. This is a good fucking album, in my opinion. It may or may not be on my top 10. All right. Mr. Nothing Man single. This is what? The Hallowicked single this year? No. Where I'm feeling this one?
I was not feeling that track at all.
All right, Shanzi, drop the hatchet.
Yeah, my toes are sliced off, dog. I was not feeling that song at all.
Ouch. Hey, when did we lose Panic? I didn't realize that.
Around Zombie. Hold on. I'll be right back, though.
All right. No doubt, no doubt. So when these guys come back, we'll bring them back on the fucking screen. This one is a single from Run the Jewels. It's from Cyberpunk 2077. That's that video game that everyone's been talking about, the one with all the glitches. Anyway, the song's called No Save Point. I did hear this. So this is I love the art that Necro puts on this fucking. You can't see the art very well. I'm gonna have to make this full screen again. I want you to see the artwork better. Necro, All Cops Are Bastards. All right. Then, of course, there's Revelation. We already covered that. This dude, K Rhino, he dropped an album this year. It's called A Long Short Way. Here's another single. This single came out very recently, Knife Season by Necro. And then we've got another single from Cool G Rap, Chino XL, Sean Price, C-Rays, Walls, Hellraiser, and the actual the person whose album I guess this is on, his name is Chromie. So it's called Goon Opera 2020 Vision, but I have not heard this yet. And Sean Price, he's no longer with us, so I wonder if this is a posthumous verse from him. I mean, it has to be if it dropped this year, right?
It has to be, unless we can rap from the grave, which would be kind of tight.
Oh man, imagine if you could rap from the grave.
Yeah.
DJ Skiz dropped a jingle rap, little Christmas jingle. A whole bunch of names on here: Nems, Big Twins, Apathy, Husk Kingpin, Rashid, Chappelle, Milano, Constantine, Rim. It's basically a Christmas cipher. And you got your B-side deluxe music to be murdered by. All right, I think we might have covered everything else on this list. There's Roxy Red's Monster single, Blood Moon and Back from Zool. There's the Life single. Here's a track we didn't talk about. Like I said last week with Roxy Red as my guest, I've been on this Wu-Tang Clan Odyssey in 2020.
Wait, Roxy Red was your guest last week?
Oh shit! I mean Roxy Riddlebox. See,
yikes!
Good grief! I can't keep the Roxys. I can't keep the Roxys. In line here in my head. Sorry, Roxy Riddlebox was my guest last week, and we talked about the Wu-Tang Clan. This is just a single that came out. It's really it belongs to this other guy, Scott Isbell and Papa Wu.
R.I.P. Papa Wu. And I think he died this year.
What's up, Scotty Balls?
Shit.
What's up?
No mic. Oh, here you are. I hear you now. What's up, man?
I'm just hanging out, man.
Right on, right on.
Just hanging like them balls, son.
It's nice to see you on the stream. Welcome back to the BeastMasteR show. We're just going down the rabbit hole of music 2020.
Yeah, I've been watching for like the past hour and a half or so.
Okay. This track here is super weird, by the way, if anyone cares. I don't even know how to explain why. It gets weird. That's all I'm going to say.
Give me a second, because I'll be right back. Okay. My phone. Every time you talk, you like mumble garbage. So I'm gonna try to do this from my phone.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, I don't have patience and I don't like to wait, so hurry up.
Scotty Balls, everybody. He's out as quick as he was in. So this next track here is from the homie Clownvis. He dropped another banger this year. He usually does like 1 or 2 songs a year, and this year it was the Clown Motel. If you did not know, Clownvis actually struck a deal with an actual clown motel, and one of the rooms in the hotel is themed like Clownvis, and you can submit fan art to the motel, and they will hang it up in the Clownvis suite. So that's facts, and you know, I'm a fan of Clownvis. I think we closed last week with his "Don't Be a Bitch or You Won't Get Shit for Christmas" song. You know what? The rest of this fucking list might be my top 10. So I think we might have to take this away now. All right, Scott.
All right.
What's up?
Let's try this.
Do I sound better?
Yeah, you do.
Good.
Which is fucked up because I was trying to run it from my iPad, but I don't understand why it's not.
Right.
Clear.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, shit.
Yep.
All right, cool. Sorry, I had to answer a text. I didn't know if it was going to boot me. All right, I'm back, baby.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I guess I could show you a little bit more. I don't want to reveal my top 10 yet, but here this is the 51 track fucking Apathy self-titled fucking album I was telling you about. Let's see, there's Bones. Yeah, these are all the Bones albums that he dropped this year.
Bone Stub?
No,
No, the Good Bones.
Okay.
There's this is Daniel Jordan's "Till Death Do Us Part" I talked about. Here's Darby O'Trill Devereaux's "Piecemeal." Here's also you know Devereaux on production, but this is Darby O'Trill's "The Remains," also featuring Shaggy the Airhead rapping on that "Street Trash." If you guys don't remember, I talked about the visualizer that Callie Green made for this track. It's up on Fago Lovers right now. Joyner Lucas dropped a couple albums. I checked it out. This When I Grow Up, and this one is called ADHD. I talked about Joyner Lucas's song called "Will," where he's rapping about how he was influenced by Will Smith. And then Will Smith on the remix.
I forgot about that song.
Yeah. So there's King ISO. Here's Lex the Hexmaster shit. Here's that Mr. Bungle. This is the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny demo. Let me read you some of the track titles. Anarchy Up Your Anus. Raping Your Mind. Hypocrites Habla Espanol o Merte, Bungle Grinds, Meth Amatics, E-Racist, Spreading the Thighs of Death, Lost for
As
Words,
one does.
Glutton for Punishment, and Sudden Death. These all sound like really beautiful hymns. Bro, there's Ouija Max. These are all Ouija Max shit. I guess I threw all these albums we already talked about in here. There's Suicide Boys. Here's that Valo album I was telling you about. This features Mastermind, Bobby Knuckles, Naps King, Grim, Knowledge the MC, La Perp, and Project Born. And then here's La Perp's single "Hop In" that she released this year. I actually got to hear this track in advance because she was telling me about it when we were at DCG Con a couple of years ago. So,
You know what's fucked up, man?
What's up?
La Perp actually hit me up and was wanting me to do an animation for
Really?
like a lyric video or something. Yeah, but I wanted to.
Was it
couldn't
this
do
year?
it, man.
Was it this year?
I believe so.
Well, dude, you're working in a nursing home during a pandemic. You haven't been doing animations hardly at all this year. You haven't had any fucking time.
Yeah. Very, very, very few. Yes.
Yeah, very few. So that does suck. I would have loved to see your animations on one of her tracks. This is probably the track she wanted it for. She did.
I don't know who she is, so.
She's a homie. She's a old school juggalo, man. But
We hung out with her quite a bit at DCG Con.
Yeah, she was working the merch booth.
She was a cemetery girl.
At the last minute, whoever was supposed to be the bearded lady on stage on the ICP.
Her? Did
she
we go get
actually
burritos with her?
Yeah, she came out and put the beard on.
She wasn't the girl that we all went to go get burritos with, was she?
Yes, that's her.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, her name's Sarah. Yeah, we all went to that Mexican restaurant and got burritos.
Okay.
Yep. And then here's my homegirl Dove Vega with her singles, "Tell the World," "Nightcap," and then we're back at the beginning. So really, that's it. We have finally completed the Odyssey, except for my personal top 10 and Chauncey's top 10.
Well, I didn't see any hit singles off now. That's what I call Music 75. So.
Oh shit.
Null and void as far as I'm concerned.
I did tell you it would be impossible to get everybody and everything. So I'm gonna remove this for a minute because I'll actually have my visuals for my top 10 here. But
I got my notes.
You get to go first, Shanzi. So now we get to hear Shanzi's top 10 releases for 2020.
Why do I have to go first?
Because you're my guest.
All right, well, I'll go first. I don't have much to say about them, but it's in no particular order, right? It's just the 10.
Yeah, you already told me. These are just your general top 10,
Just
not from
10.
favorite to least favorite. These are just the ones that made the cut.
All right. So surprisingly, I was actually really fucking surprised by it. It got dropped on us pretty close to the goddamn release date when it was. I think we had like 2 weeks to pre-order this fucking album, or a week and a half, and then it dropped. But number 10 would be Big Hoodoo's The Red Book.
Yeah.
Dropped. So that's a banger. That had some of my favorite songs on it from this year. The intro to that album is just fucking sick, dude.
It's like an intro and a real song. It's
like split into two. So some of my favorites out there was Juice, the intro, 7 + 3, R.I.P. and the last track on that shit. I can't remember what it was. The one right after the ICP track. But another one that snuck out on me that actually made the top 10 was Juicy J, The Hustle Continues.
They
Then I got-
that last track on Hoodoo's album is called "Time of My Life."
there you go. Yeah, that's my
I
shit.
did
dude.
do an animation for that one.
That's my shit, dude. That's my shit
Yeah.
off that album.
Great song.
Juicy J snuck one out like late November that I really fuck with. Conway the Machine's on that shit.
Who's Juicy J?
Don't get me started because I'll leave this chat right now.
I'm just fucking with you, man. Yeah. You got so triggered. You got so
I did get triggered, dude.
With- I was fucking with you, man. I obviously know who Juicy J is. I was just fucking with you because you got so heated that nobody was on his dick when you shared that single.
He's half the reason all these new rappers are doing shit right now.
Oh my god.
All right, so yeah, shout out to Juicy J's new album. That shit's a fucking banger through and through. I got King ISO with World War Me. Freddie Gibbs and Alchemist with Alfredo.
Mm-hmm.
Ouija Max Wasteland made my top 10 of the year.
All right.
Which
got
is really
I
unfortunate because I saw last week's episode. It's really unfortunate that Darby O'Trill, or not Darby O'Trill, sorry, scratch that, not him. Roz DeLiam is on my favorite track on that song. Or on that album, kind of hard to listen to, but
yeah,
you know.
he got canceled, but that fucking beat,
that beat,
dude,
that
beat
fucking beat, dude, that glitchy shit that they add in the back of
yeah,
that, so fucking sick, man.
And honestly, Ouija shines on that track, so you know, it's like I could skip right before fucking Roz's verse and still get all the benefits of that track. You know,
and also I really like Broken off that. I like Fork in the Pot. That's a good one. Of course, I mean, Run the Jewels 4 had to make my top 10 of the year. That shit dropped at the perfect time when like everybody was in quarantine. Literally, the whole fucking world was collapsing around us.
Didn't they release it early? Didn't they release it early? Like they just released it early because we were all fucking depressed about shit, and they're like, "Here, have our album now."
I think they purposely knew what they had in the chamber for that album, and just the circumstances were like, "We gotta drop this early," you know, with the riots and the quarantine and the police brutality that happened. This just everything that was happening, and they dropped it right at the fucking perfect time, dude.
He had that.
Yeah.
Like,
That was a good album.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Then I got nobody's gonna know what this is, but 21 Savage and Metro Boomin with Savage Mode 2. That's some trap shit out of Atlanta.
Okay.
Then I got Ramirez and Rocco with the Player's Manual on some smooth pimp shit. So little bit of a divergence from what Ramirez usually does. He usually does like more of that hardcore, like
see, you shared that shit with me on my post, and I remember talking to you about that. I didn't even mention that because I couldn't see the titles with the YouTube link. But yeah, I did like that shit. That shit was smooth.
Yeah, it's real fucking smooth, dude.
Yeah,
So
Ramirez. I want to check out that whole album. I got to
check out, if you're gonna get into Ramirez, the album he released before it, Son of Serpentine, is also a fantastic album. It's more like hardcore and gritty and like more trap based than like with this new shit. But and then I have City Morgue with Electric Boogaloo. That's a fucking fantastic album. Pretty much just built on what they did with Volume 1, just made it better. And then, of course, my last one, R.A. the Rugged Man with All My Heroes Are Dead.
Hell yeah. That's
my
top 10.
That's my top 10.
That's a good top 10. You know, Scotty, I don't know if he actually, Scotty's not mute, but Scotty, I don't know if you actually have a top 10, but do you have any like top releases this year you want to share before I do?
It just stood out.
Yeah, standout albums, releases.
Definitely Run the Jewels.
Of course.
Big Hoodoo. You know, I really kind of have been sleeping on Wasteland, so I definitely need to check that out.
So good, man. It really is good.
Man, I don't see how you guys have time to listen to music. like at all.
Well,
I'm like-
luckily, my job, I work basically 10 to 12 hours a day, and I'm able to just put headphones in the whole time. So
Yeah.
for like 70 hours a week, I can get just, if I want not to talk to anybody for the whole week, I can just listen to music. So,
Right.
My
I mean, highlight for me personally from like what I've been able to listen to, Ding Ding Doll was a great surprise for me.
okay.
Not saying it's like a fantastic track, but I get it. You know, it was good to hear some new clowns. I liked Mr. Nothing Man. You know, as a Hallowicked track, I don't know. I think they're really hit and miss on those because they're not really
Recently,
Halloween. They're not really Halloween orientated. I don't know.
they're just special tracks at Halloween. They're not necessarily Halloween songs. Yeah.
Right. Which is kind of a letdown. I wish they would follow more of the Halloween theme with those tracks. I think they kind of lost that when they did Toxic Love as a Halloween track, but that was a long ass time ago. So,
Right.
I don't know, man. Did you guys already do your Spotify is drunk segment?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you go over the thing I sent out? Is that what you were talking about during that?
You're just gonna have to tell me, man. I can't. My brain is mush. We've been talking for fucking 3 hours already. Just spell it out for me. What do you? What?
The trap house thing with Shawnzy, where and your PJ Harvey Stan thing.
What?
oh, no, that's not what we talked about with Spotify.
Oh, you guys
You're
didn't talk
talking
about that?
You're talking about that AI generated bot that everybody put in. TJ was talking about Spotify putting a Devereaux album that didn't belong to Devereaux on Devereaux's fucking Spotify profile.
The same way that they put that French ABK album on Anybody Killer's Spotify.
They did it with DJ Paul too. They've done it with
You know what?
Okay.
I think they did it with the Dark Half because when Shade was trying to drop his single with Dark Half, there was like another Dark Half that got tagged on Spotify. I think he said that on a post.
Yeah.
And so it took them longer to put that track out because they had to give credit to the right Dark Half. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you guys were like sharing your results from that AI thing.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about now. No,
Yeah.
no,
That's
we
what I
didn't
was.
bring that up at all, bro.
Okay.
No, you know what? I would like to, but honestly, like we don't even have time for that today because we
Yeah.
still have like 2 more fucking segments after I'm done with my top 10.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, you know what? But this is the last show of the year. I don't care how long it takes. As long as we're done before ICP starts their live stream tonight, so we can go to like 11. I'm kidding. I'm gonna have to have dinner eventually. I'm fucking starving. But all right, let's get to my top 10 so we can move on. I'm sure people are sick of hearing about music this year that they didn't listen to. But this is the music that I did consider my top 10. And we're going to start with Ozzy Osbourne releasing what I consider like one of the best albums he's put out in years, called Ordinary Man. The title track features Elton John. I think it's really cool that he has a song with Elton John. I know that Ozzy looks up to Elton John, and he's also got a couple tracks with Post Malone, but I feel like that's just he's trying to rope in the younger generation.
Oh, for sure.
Working with the young talent with the silky voice. And
Ozzy Osbourne had no clue who Post Malone was.
yeah, right. And the funny thing is, I think those songs are also on Post Malone's album. So Sharon really did some wheeling and dealing here to.
Yeah.
But yo, I fuck with this album so hard. Standout tracks to me. I mean, the whole thing is bangers from beginning to end, but I really like the title track. The song that's called Today is the End is really fucking good. And now the song Scary Little Green Men when they teased that, like the video or whatever, they showed a figure coming out, and you thought it would be Ozzy, and it ended up being Aquaman, like lip syncing. Like, you got to check out the promo for this. It's kind of funny the way that they basically hired Aquaman to come out dressed like Ozzy. It was a weird gimmick. Again, they're trying to sell Ozzy to the young generation. So, but you don't have to sell him on me. I've been a long-time Ozzy fan, Black Sabbath fan. So Today Is the End is dope. And then the last solo track on here, Holy for Tonight, amazing. I fucking love this album, and I'm so glad that I'm just so glad that he's still making music. I heard that he's not doing so good health-wise, and I'm just expecting Ozzy.
Yeah, he's not good.
No,
he's not doing good.
No, so I really do hope that we get more Ozzy. Like, but this album is amazing. I'm just very proud of him, and I'm glad to have more music from him in my life. All right, next on my top 10. And I don't care what anyone says, but I'm a Beck fan, and Beck released this album called Hyperlife. But the funny thing is he actually released this album called Hyperlife last year. And then this is like I don't know what you call it, the 2020 version. And on Spotify, I'm not looking at the fucking track titles. So I just put this on. And as I was listening to it, like the first 3 songs, I'm like, this doesn't sound any different than the last album. It's because it wasn't. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 songs that are different. And the rest are all the same from last year's version. So this is one of those re-releases that
deluxe shit.
Yeah, it's a deluxe. Like, there's a few different versions of like half the songs. So, but I still fuck with it. Like, even though they kind of tricked me, and half of it I already heard, I love the whole album. You know, Beck's the shit. Next on my list is Big Hoodoo, Red Book, the Chronicles. The Houdini Chronicles Part 1, Red Book. Definitely on my top 10. I fucking love it.
Was not expecting to love this album as much as I did, to be completely honest.
Also on my top 10, I've got, we already talked about it, but, you know, Castle Hill and Devereaux, Comfortable Nightmare. Actually, is this my top 10? Let me just double check my list over here. Let's see. Okay, wow. This actually isn't on my top 10. Interesting. My bad. I guess I bumped it off. All right. But I still, it was a contender. It's like Head PE. It was nominated for the top 10.
For consideration.
Yeah, it was for consideration.
It was a consideration vote.
All right. So this right here is my producer's friend from Buffalo, New York. And his name is G Casino. G Casino. This is like that Italian, like mafioso gangster rap. And the album's called Life After Dead. And it fucks, as the kids say.
Is a fuck hard?
It fucks hard, yeah.
Not a slow or soft fuck.
No, it's a hard fuck, man.
Hard fuck.
I definitely recommend this. I mean, look it up. G Casino. It's called Life After Dead. So let's see. Ozzy, Beck, Hoodoo, Casino. All right, next one.
All right, hold on. My shit's about to die, so much love, guys.
Hey, Scotty, thanks for joining us for a hot minute, and hope we see you again next year.
All right, Sky Balls.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right.
Maybe even our New Year's Eve stream. I don't even know if Scotty's going to make that, but I hope he does. All right, so this is my homie Matty Cypher, and he released this album this year. It's called Appetite for Dysfunction, and I did a live stream with him last Sunday where we talked about our come up in rap, and I shared how, you know, we did shows together, and so it was only a matter of time we finally did a track together, and he finally like got me on his album Ghost Breath with Mastermind. I've talked about this a number of times now, but I put this on my top 10 because I'm so proud to be on the album, and it's his best album, and he has fucking a dozen albums. So It's an achievement, man. I'm just proud as fuck of this thing. So I had to put it on there. Oh shit. I told you that I took Wasteland off my top 10. Why is it back on here?
It's
I
not
don't
gonna
know,
get away from you, dog. It's one of the best albums I've heard this year.
It really is, though, and it was for consideration. Oh yeah, and here's this. So, all right, this one really is on my top 10. Suicide, Smart Alec, great fucking album. And you know Suicide, he won the fucking the Gathering Cipher contest.
Yeah.
Like, he won it like 2 years in a row, actually. He was Jumpsteady's hype man at the Gathering last year. And he also came out during Zug Island's performance of Cracked Tiles and did all of Twisted's verses on the collabs.
Yep.
Like on the last track,
Simplicity,
yeah. Pretty fucking dope, man. Suicide is the homie, and this is a great fucking album. You got to check out Smart Alec. It's one of his best, if not his best album. And it's pretty cool when motherfuckers are putting out their best shit, you know, as their newest shit. Wow. All right. Well, I guess my top 10 isn't actually on Spotify, but everything else that I want to talk about has been shown already. So the next one on my list was going to be R.A. the Rugged Man. All of My Heroes Are Dead. That's on my top 10. I'll just leave Shade's Metamorphosis up here to give him that plug. But yeah, man, Legendary Loser, Golden Oldies, Atmosphere, fucking Gotta Be Dope with Afro and DJ Jazzy Jeff, fucking awesome. I mean, there's so many good tracks on that album. I liked Dictionary, fucking dope.
And what was that song he had on there with Ghostface? I can't remember it, but it was. I can't recall it off the top of my head.
That's all right. Let's see if I can find the actual album cover for.
But that's an album that actually really took me by surprise because I'm not the biggest RA fan. I'd heard his old shit and I like listened to it, but that All My Heroes Are Dead is a great album. If that's his last album as he says it is, that's a way to go.
No, I don't think it will be because I saw him post later that he was feeling a little down and he said that when he was kind of like in a funk. So I think he'll come out of that funk, you know. People say things.
Rappers are real emo, dog.
Hey, this too shall pass. But this right here, we've talked about it. This is in my top 10. It's ASAP Rock's Spirit World Field Guide. I fucking love this shit. I highly recommend checking it out. And so with that, Suicide, R.A., Matty Cypher, G Casino, Big Hoodoo, Beck, Ozzy Osbourne. That leaves me with two more. One of them is fucking Run the Jewels. All right. And
I mean,
we just keep bringing them up, but they are on my top 10.
It's made a lot of lists this year.
RTJ4 is in my top 10. And then I accidentally shared the fucking image already. But this was the fucking album that bumped Wasteland off of the fucking top 10.
This one?
Yeah, this one right here. Tom Petty's Wildflowers and all the rest. Look, I'm a huge Tom Petty fan. And
this is posthumous?
Well, what it is it's like all his home recordings. Let me show you. This is the list, right? Okay.
The damn fentanyl got another one.
Yeah, right? Here it is. So Wildflowers and all the rest. It's basically remastered the album, and then after that, it's a bunch of what do you call it? Outtakes, the tracks that didn't make it on the album. And then after that, there's all these home recordings of all of these songs.
It's one of
So,
those.
so it's like it's basically demos. It's like him trying out the songs before recording them in the studio with the band. And it's kind of fucked up because you know how like when you listen to like alternate versions of like ICP songs where it's different lyrics, that's what's happening on some of these home recording versions of the songs from the album is he got lyrics on a song that actually end up on a different song when the album got recorded. So if you're a fan of the album and you really know your shit, you'll pick up on, hey, these lyrics aren't on that song, they're on that song, but on the home recording they're all flipped around and stuff, and it's cool because you can tell that he really did like tweak and adjust and say, no, I'm going to put this line in this song now, and you know, and he fucking, I don't know, he made a masterpiece. So
Right.
this album, when it came out, I fucking just ate it up. And I almost left it off my top 10 because it's not new, but it is new. There's a whole bunch of tracks I never heard before. Like, and it was just nice to hear new Tom Petty. He's one of my favorite artists. And when he died, it crushed me. It was one of the biggest losses for me in music.
Fucking drugs, dog.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's it. That's my top 10.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, it wasn't even all rap, but
Mine was. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
we're gonna wrap it up. No, we're not wrapping it up. It's almost 8 o'clock, but shit, man. Do you need to be anywhere? Because there is a few more things I wanted to cover today. I mean, we could call it a night, but I mean, we haven't even played the song of the night yet.
My phone is actually about to die. I'm getting the fucking notification. So
Are you?
yeah.
Well, you know what? You don't need to actually be here when we close the show, you know, and so if you want to duck out, I can handle the rest myself. I'll go full screen. I want to open some mail, Christmas presents I bought myself that I've been waiting to open live. So, yeah, Shanzi, thanks for doing my guest today. And, you know, I'll have you back again. And we're going to be doing all 2021. It's been a lot of fun. And, you know, again, like, you know, it's this year has been challenging, but also a shit ton of fucking music. And if any of you guys enjoyed any of this music, let us know in the comments and stuff on the rewatch. You know, tell us if we missed anybody. That's big. Like if we didn't actually cover,
if we missed somebody, I quit. I fucking quit.
I'm sure there's got to be someone watching who's like, fuck, I released music this year and you didn't cover it.
Yeah, for
like,
real.
Like Shock and Dash. I guess we forgot them. But there's so many people that are putting shit out there. You know, we get DMs on Spotify now. Like for some reason, people look to us to promote them. Like, who are we, Fago lovers? But yeah, I guess people, they see our view count, they see our followership on Instagram. Like we got like 9,500 followers, and so we get rappers that send us music and ask us to fucking promote it. and most of the time I do it. Like hell, I'll even show you that. I mean, I'll tell you. I can't show you, but we got a message. Let me just log into Carnival Spirits. Go into the message here. We got a message from the Fago gang, and it was to share a track from Willie Hayes called "Oh Chronic Leaf." And it's a Christmas song. Oh, chronic leaf. Oh, chronic leaf. It's a weed smoke. It's really funny. And, you know, they're like, let us know what you think. And I told them it was a righteous hymn.
Yeah.
And, you know, now they're getting the plug. So if you guys want to check that out, it's Will E. Hayes with Oh, Chronic Leaf. And, yeah, Fago gang sent that to us. You know, Fago gang, they sell all the Fago and stuff. Yeah. I have yet to cop one of those, but I know a lot of homies that are repping the Fago gang. You know, and if you're gonna rep a gang, might as well be the Fago gang.
That's right.
I mean, all right. Well, Shanzi, I want to thank you again. Yeah,
Yes,
I'm looking at my list. There's so many things that I wanted to talk about, but we just went ape shit with music. So let it be known that Shanzi has.
What did I do? Why am I full screen? Why am I alone? Why am I just left up here? Okay. I think BeastMaster accidentally exited himself out of the stream, and now I'm here alone, naked and afraid. Really don't know what. There we go.
Can you believe that? My shit crashed on me.
I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, dog, I gotta head out of here. My phone's
All right.
about to fucking die and shit.
Well, apparently I'm about to die too, but thank you, Shanti. I'll talk to you soon. And maybe I should wrap this up before my shit crashes again.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Bro. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Peace the fuck out.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. And thank you. So,
Always.
all right. So Shanzi's gone. And yeah, he already shared with me the song that we're going to be playing tonight. So I'm going to pull that up right now. And then we'll wrap this up. But yeah, I had some gifts that I picked up, and I wanted to share. You know, it was going to be like a little that was the whole Boxing Day segment that I was going to cover. Fuck it, we'll still cover it. But I just want to pull up the song first, make sure that I have that ready to go, and once I have that, I'll open up my mail, and then we will call it a night. All right, so I just gotta find the video. Just gotta find the video. So, well, that's interesting. Maybe if it's not in there. Why is it not in there? Okay. That's all right. There's got to be a different play. All right, this playlist has to have it. This has all my shit in there. Here it is. All right, I'll make that full screen. All right, so the song's ready to go, and I won't drag this out. I've got packages here. Let's see. We'll start with. How about we start with this one? So, because I got this one first. All right. Of course, we're going to use the BeastMaster knife, the official BeastMaster Swiss Army knife. I'm going to cut this package open. Let's see here. All right, so what do I got? What do I got? All right, this is, bam, my Ugly Juggalos podcast t-shirt. Hell yeah, this thing is slick with the Jekyll Brothers font on the back. Yeah, we went so hard with music. I forgot that I had a whole YouTube segment where I was going to talk about, like basically honorable mentions, like the best of YouTube of 2020. And the Ugly Juggalos podcast is a new YouTube channel out there. Then they started doing their thing. So I was going to rep them. Look at this thing. This is so ugly. It's fucking beautiful. Shout out to the Ugly Juggalos podcast. Fucking love that shirt. All right, let's open the next one. Now, I don't remember when I got this, but it was definitely recently. This was recent. Oh, yeah. It's that Dog Beats re-release. With the track Ask You Something, which I've heard before, but now I got it on Dog Beats. This is fucking sick. All right. Now, this one, look what it actually has on the fucking envelope. This showed up at my apartment on Christmas Eve. Hell yeah. Shaggy and the Creep. You guys have a guess what this is? Well, I'm about to show you. Yeah, I was pretty stoked when this showed up on Christmas Eve. So I've been waiting a couple days to open it. Oh, shit. Oh, I don't even remember getting that. What? Did I actually buy that, or they just hooked me up? Because I don't remember. This is what I remember getting. The complete Shaggy and the Creep Show, Season 1. Well, I guess it's USB, but they made it out to look like a cassette. So you open it up, comes out like this. How does it work? It opens up like this, boom, USB right out of the fucking cassette. This is fucking awesome. And I believe it says no fucks given edition. So this is the uncensored Shaggy and the Creep Show. They didn't even have to censor that shit on YouTube, but I think they did it just for comedy's sake. And then honestly, I don't even remember buying this. So if they fucking slip this in for free, fucking awesome. Because I don't think I bought this, but I could be wrong. Sometimes I get silly and I buy shit and then forget about it. But yeah, this is the fucking Pals golden collectible pin. This is fucking awesome. I've got a pretty good, decent hat pin collection. We'll look at that sometime in the future. So that's pretty cool, man. Like Christmas was great for me this year, but you know, these are the things I gifted myself a while ago, and they're all showing up. And man, my phone is blowing up. It's just my family. You're probably sharing pictures from earlier, and yeah. So really, since it's already past 8, and I already got to play another song for you guys. And there's still a bunch of you guys watching. I'm not going to stop just yet. I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to share with you a couple more things. So let me just open up my notes. I can't believe I crashed my my browser earlier. That's kind of embarrassing. But I have been live streaming for hours. Hey, this is the last show of 2020, so we're going all out. So let's see. Yeah, there's definitely a couple of things that we need to cover because I put them in the title of the video, so I can't just not cover it. You know what I mean? All right, but I do need to find a window that has been closed. And how far back do I have to go? Here it is. I think it's this one. That one I got to click all the, let's see, pop sugar. Let's see, I think it's this one. All right. Let's see. Maybe it's this one. Well, it could be this one. Sorry for the delay here. It's just that my shit crashed and I lost all the windows I had open in preparation for this, and I had a couple different windows open. All right, you know what? I'll stick with this one. I don't know. All right. So real quick, I'm going to rattle off for you 17 YouTube. I believe these are all YouTube channels or shows or experiences that have been happening in 2020. Not necessarily like in order of importance or relevance or longevity or anything like that, but these are the channels and the ninjas that have been doing the damn thing in 2020. that I wanted to give. I wanted to shout out. So we're gonna start with Illegal, with her new YouTube channel called Ill Galaxy. And she's been doing Dark Carnival tarot card readings. It's pretty fucking fresh. Number 2 on my list is the Ugly Juggalos podcast. And I know a few of those ninjas personally, and they're crazy juggalos, always at the gathering, lots of tomfoolery. They gives no fucks. Number 3 on the list is the Midwest United Juggalos, Team MUJ all day, Bobby Blaze, Matt Murderous, Jiggy Fresh, and they have a new addition to the crew. I apologize, I don't remember your name. We'll get to know you later. Number 4 on the list is CPN and Roxy Red's Gathering in the Matrix. Like, not only does CPN do his live show, and he's been going strong all year, but that Get 'em event, they reached out to Carnival Spirits, and I wasn't able to partake because that shit happens way too late at night. But Scotty Balls did one of his live streams as part of the Gathering in the Matrix, and I thought that was fucking dope as shit that they put that together with that website and everything involved with that, because we didn't have a gathering this year. And when that went down, we didn't even know that they were going to give us like those, Halloween streams and the peep shows and and the Christmas streams. Like, we didn't know we were going to get that. So they really stepped up and provided at least an opportunity for juggalos to virtually gather. And I thought that they really deserved their props for that. Number 5 on my list is the homies from Studio 17, like Brooklyn Menace and Not Slim One, and everybody involved with the channel, especially those UFCD challenges. Really fucking cool. Always love when Brooklyn Menace masterminds, does graphics and animations. It's always dope. And I apologize for not name dropping every single person involved, but I know that Spooky Tuesday is involved. But yeah, you got to check that shit out. Number 6 on my list is Mike Sears with his Speak Ya Clout podcast. All hip hop, very juggalo, but very, very much like all over the place with hip hop. And that's a homie right there. Number 8 on my list is Carnival Spirits' own Cali Green 2 Fresh. Cali Green 2 Fresh did a fantastic series on this year on Carnival Spirits for like his top 10 albums for the past 5 years. And I helped him do those videos, and I thought they came out amazing. Number 9, also my brother on Carnival Spirits, Scotty Balls, with his After Dark live streams. When he had a chance, coming up on here and drinking with y'all and having fun with y'all and juffing it up. Number 10 on my list is Joker's Gallery with the Bizarre History, or the Bizarre History documentary on Fago Lovers that he invited me to be a part of, and all the juggalos that submitted, and just the way that he does it. It's so fucking awesome. Oh, sorry, Callie. It was the past 10 years, not 5 years. My B. Let me throw that correction up there. Gotta fucking own up to my fucking mistakes. But yeah, I know that maybe I'm giving Joker's Gallery a hard time about comments on the internet, but really his work on these documentaries is fucking awesome. And even though I am not a fan of Limp Bizkit, he's got a Limp Bizkit like 20th anniversary documentary out right now that you can check out. And I happen to know that one of the fucking Ugly Juggalos from the Ugly Juggalos podcast is like all about Limp Bizkit. So it would be a travesty if you didn't have one of these guys on your documentary singing their praises, or maybe they just need to watch your documentary. But yeah, man, I hope you keep doing it if you still have the passion for it. I hope that Psychopathic doesn't let you down too much, and that you don't drop the hatchet. It's not that serious, man. But I love your work, and you did the Jekyll Brothers documentary. You did the Hallowicked documentary. It's always when it's the 20th anniversary that he busts these out, and so I guess the next one on the horizon would be the Six Jokers card, the Wraith, if he doesn't have any others, before that. But next on my list, number 11, is going to be Terror Reels. Starting to lose my my focus a little bit. Steel City Dahmer, again with the help of Brooklyn Menace, is doing a fantastic series called Terror Reels, reviewing horror movies. It's a dope ass stream. And then next on my list is I don't know. This guy probably is at the top of it. This should be at the top of the list. This is one of my favorite streams all year long, and that's Clownvis to the Rescue. Clownvis started off doing his show on Facebook, but he eventually moved it to YouTube, and he has been pumping out the episodes all year long. Just like the title of the show says, Clownvis to the Rescue, rescuing us from boredom and lack of entertainment. Next on the list, I've got the homie Ronebone with his Beneath the Dirt podcast, and even though me and him may not see eye to eye on certain things, I'm not letting that get between my Juggalo homies and me. I don't give a fuck. As a matter of fact, the next on my list is actually the MEA live streams and podcasts that have gone on all this year. I mean, Blaze, Madrox, and even Ali Zuli Ul has done live streams, but there's like the G Damn Pod and all that. And those guys have been doing it. Now, I haven't seen any of these except for like the one time that CPN shared a snippet. But Gmo Ski was doing live streams all year. It's just that when he does live streams, he deletes them afterwards. But he wasn't able to delete the live stream quick enough before CPN was able to get screenshots of him kind of venting and airing out his frustrations with M&E and the reason he left the label. And I'm not even going to get into that, but you can go check it out on CPN's channel if you don't know what I'm talking about. I guess that is the 15th. So the 16th thing on the list is, it's this right here. Shaggy and the Creep Show. Keegan and Shaggy have been just grinding all fucking year. I mean, they started off with this, and then they started the Pals cast, and it's been just nonstop. I actually am not even current with that shit. I can't keep up with it. I'm glad to have this, but I really do need to delve back in, and I've enjoyed every minute that I've actually watched so far. But it's actually a shame because that's 16 things on my list, and I guess I'm going to have to put myself on here as the 17th, the BeastMasteR show, which debuted in 2020. And this is episode 4. And we're going to keep doing this all year long in 2021, all the way to Carnival Spirit's 10-year anniversary, which will be a year from now. And so, that's my list. I wanted to just shout out all those guys for all their work this year, entertaining the Juggalo YouTube community. All right, and now for the in memoriam segment of the show. And maybe what I'll do is I'll leave out the celebrities. I'll leave them out. I don't know. I spent all this time pulling up the page. Like I was going to go through. I don't want to leave stuff out, guys. I mean, if y'all are still rocking with me, I'll still fucking stay here. But there were a few deaths this year that kind of, I mean, it's always stale, and I'm not even talking about Corona, but early in the year 2020, we lost DJ Run for Cover from Tales from the Lotus podcast. And DJ Run for Cover was the nicest dude, so funny, and it's such an infectious laugh, you know. And of course, Scottish Misfit and Warlockside were his co-hosts. And, you know, I can't even imagine, you know, what it would be like to lose such a close friend and collaborator like that. I wasn't very close with DJ Run for Cover myself, but this is the in memoriam section of the episode, so I have to, you know, just pay my respects. The other one that next I have here is and last week, you know, I actually brought this dude up, and I did not even know because I wasn't paying attention to what's going on right now, but I was very sad to hear that Maximum Overload's father had passed away this year. So I just want to give my condolences to him, and you know, and I hope that you know, I just hope that time will heal everyone's broken hearts. And you know, earlier this year, Maximum's friend, Spaz Danky Bud's son passed away, and I mean, I remember, you know, just feeling so bad, it's so helpless, you know, when I hear this news, you know, of people losing their loved ones and their family members. So again, it's never easy, and it's tough, you know. So and then really the fourth loss this year is going to stay anonymous because it's not anyone that that you guys know, but you know, one of my close friends' spouses committed suicide this year, and it's heartbreaking. So I just want to say that you know, for people out there that have lost someone, you know, it's never easy, but you got to believe me, or you know, you gotta have faith, maybe, and believe that they're in a better place, you know, because the world is hell, and they're certainly not in pain anymore, and that's a fact, you know, because everyone's struggling on this earth, and you know, once we leave it, it can't be any worse. So with that being said, you know, there's definitely been a lot of celebrities that passed away. You know, there was Sean Connery. I mean, I was going to show you guys a whole list of stuff, but I don't even know who half of these motherfuckers are. You know, obviously there was Tommy Tiny Lister, you know, Debo, and we had talked about him before. Who else is there? David Prowse, the original Darth Vader. We already spoke about him last week. You know, Alex Trebek, Jeopardy. We lost him. I'm seeing a lot of young people too. There's a lot of rappers that passed away that I saw No Jumper paying homage to, and I didn't even know who any of them were. So no disrespect if I'm not mentioning anybody that actually was, you know, someone you looked up to, but or enjoyed their work, or you know. But yeah, there's a lot of people. We lost a lot of people this year. Eddie Van Halen died this year. Let's see. Now, of course, when ICP came out, Hallowicked dressed up as the Road Warriors. We know that Animal from the Road Warriors passed away this year. WWE legend. If you guys didn't know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, extremely influential Supreme Court judge, passed away this year. Just a role model to women everywhere. Yeah, a lot of athletes, comedians, singers, so many people were taken too soon. remember Chadwick Boseman from Black Panther, actually kept his cancer to himself and filmed that movie and continue and actually made that dope Marvel superhero film while he was going through chemo. It's a fucking real life superhero, man. Chadwick Boseman. Yeah, this list doesn't stop. It just keeps going and going. But I think it's a good time to move forward, to move on to the next topic. Regis Philbin. I'm sorry, Philbin. Forgot about him. All right. Oh, geez, Kelly Preston. Wow, that's John Travolta's wife. Wow, I don't even remember that. All right. Well, since I brought the show to this somber note, Carl Reiner, love his movies. It's really sad, but that's really the end of that list. And it's the end of the year, and it's kind of something that you do at the end of the year is you honor everyone that you lost, during that year. So, I figured that if there was ever a time to do it, it's today. And now that we've covered the in memoriams, that really doesn't leave us with much more. I got the YouTube list. We covered all the music, and you know what? Mikey Clark actually promoted some new release called Songs from the Blue. And I don't know if that's out yet or if it's coming soon. But I'm sure that's like politically charged in some way, because I've seen Mikey Clark tweeting about politics in the past, and he is super passionate about that shit. Yeah, the last couple of topics here can totally wait. Till next year. There's no rush on any of that. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to finish up today with the song of the night, picked by Shanzi. Now, the only thing is that when Shanzi picked the song, because if you don't know, we're going to end every BeastMasteR show with a BeastMasteR song, and I let my guest pick it most of the time. Not last week, because we had to play my Christmas song last week, and I only had one. But this track here, it is on my album Rhinoglyphics, released in 2012. But the song on my album was actually a re-recorded version of a song that I had made a couple of years prior, and put on a compilation album for a show that I had done with the people that I was rapping with. So what I'm talking about is, and I'll pull up the visuals, I am talking about the Hightown Records 3rd annual Blazed and Confused event, which it was pretty dope when the way it went down. Whoops. All right, I'll do it this way. It was pretty dope the way it went down, because they actually made a soundtrack for the show, and they actually filmed the show, so everybody who performed was on a DVD. And the song that I contributed to the soundtrack is called Chillin' with the Caterpillars. And this is one of the few weed smoking songs that I have done. And it's arguably one of my best songs. I got a lot of props for this song. A lot of people were feeling it. It is loosely based on Alice Through the Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland. And I guess the concept is, instead of Alice, it's me. going through. Well, I'll let the song speak for itself, but I took the imagery and some of the names and characters and imagery from Alice Through the Looking Glass, and I put it into this song. And of course, Chilling with the Caterpillars is the very awesome scene from Alice in Wonderland where she gets shrunk down, smaller than a toadstool, and just happens to stumble across a caterpillar smoking a hookah. And so basically this is my loosely based version of that, where I encounter the hookah smoking caterpillar. And so it's like my misadventures through the looking glass. And so without further ado, we're going to check this out, and then we're going to call it a night. And if you are inclined to join Carnival Spirits on New Year's Eve, we'd love to see you. We'll put like flyers out for that later. And if not, I'll see you next week on Saturday afternoon for episode 5 of the BeastMasteR show. All right, so we're going to start this track. This is Chilling with the Caterpillars, the OG version, not the album version on Rhinoglyphics, but this is the original version of the song.
Chilling with the caterpillars. Chilling with the caterpillars. Chilling with the caterpillars. Tripping through the looking glass, chilling with the caterpillars. Knock out, you trying to bullshit a bullshitter. The grass is never greener, the ice is always thinner. So break out the liquid lunch and the cheap liquor. We the bottom dwellers, chilling with the caterpillars. Defense mechanism kicking in like painkillers. Aromatic homegrown like the native fauna. Those caterpillars just love smoking. I was denied the same when they were handing out childhoods. Who knew the BeastMaster's craft in the woods? Hardly ever crawled out from under my rock, except to dabble in magic, but I could never grow a beanstalk high enough to climb over the trouble ahead. I'm cursed by graveyard dirt and anaconda sheds. No yellow bricks on the road I'm taking. Talking cricket's just a figment of your imagination. Flipping through the looking glass, chilling with the caterpillars. Knock out, you trying to bullshit a bullshitter. The grass is never greener, the ice is always thinner. So break out the liquid lunch and the cheap liquor. We the bottom dwellers, chilling with the caterpillars. Defense mechanism kicking in like painkillers. Aromatic homegrown like the native fauna. Those caterpillars just love smoking. So there I go, BeastMaster alone in the frigid winter, ready to take on an 800-pound gorilla. Already predator that's trying to make me its dinner. Jabberwocky hiding in the jungle, sarsaparilla. Guilty of causing a disturbance at the monolith. Riding on the back of Aloysius Snuffleupagus. Battling a bandersnatch. The last thing I expect. Hookah smoking caterpillars chilling in the garbage bag. Tripping through the looking glass, chilling with the caterpillars. Knock out, you trying to bullshit a bullshitter. The grass is never greener, the ice is always thinner. So break out the liquid lunch and the cheap liquor. We the bottom dwellers, chilling with the caterpillars. Defense mechanism kicking in like painkillers. Aromatic homegrown like the native fauna. Those caterpillars just love smoking. Is that a butterfly to be in the jungle that I see? Idiosyncratically waiting for company on his toadstool, waving his arms imperiously. Sweet leaf token his hookah religiously. Smoke flows through the flexible tubes connected to the chamber where water cools everything passing through. He offered and I accepted. He said you will regret it. From that day on, I've been a creature of comfort. You get it? Tripping through the looking glass, chilling with the caterpillars. Knock out, you trying to bullshit a bullshitter. The grass is never greener, the ice is always thinner. So break out the liquid lunch and the cheap liquor. We the bottom dwellers, chilling with the caterpillars. Defense mechanism kicking in like painkillers. Aromatic homegrown like the native fauna. Those caterpillars just love smoking. So the beast carries on to the beats of a different drummer, leaving the hubble bubble, the Tweedle Dumb and Dumber. I ate the shrooms too, now I'm facing Chupacabra. Man, those caterpillars love smoking marijuana. Chilling with the caterpillars. Chilling with the caterpillars. Chilling with the caterpillars. chilling with the caterpillars.
Hell yeah. That was the shit. If you didn't see that, Scotty Balls is coming back soon with After Dark with some freshness. I don't know if he means tonight or not, but that's what's up. I want some more After Dark with Scotty Balls. Yo, if you didn't notice, the beat for that song sounded an awful lot like I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? It's because I actually took the karaoke instrumental version of that Beck song and had it turned into a hip-hop beat. And that's what I was rapping over. It's not the actual instrumental for the real Beck song, because those karaoke versions are like a little bit off. They're like, so it's basically a reimagining of that fucking song. But yeah, I turned it into, I paid someone to turn that into a hip-hop beat. So I could make that fucking BeastMasteR piece. And yeah, so that is the show. I want to thank you guys for sticking with me this long, for real. And I hope you guys have a great fucking New Year's. If you are not joining us for New Year's Eve, please be safe. Take care of each other. Just stick around. We want to be here for as long as we can, and I hope you guys keep tuning in, because next year I plan on really, just giving this everything I got. And so that means there's going to be a whole lot of different shit, freshness, tons of special guests, very, very different types of segments, lots of show and tell. And all my music that I have to share is going to be shared before the end of this run. So a lot's in store, and we're just getting started, and it's fucking exciting for me. So I'm gonna tune out. I'm gonna go have some dinner and get ready for work tomorrow morning. All right. And what else am I forgetting? Oh yeah, always remember